I'm going to be starting the webinar. It is 7 p.m.
Thank you, and good evening to the November 22nd Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. Could we start with a roll call, please?
Chair Greenfield,
Here.
Vice Chair Lemaire,
Here.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Here.
Commissioner Freeman,
Here.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Here.
Chair, that's 5 present, or Commissioner Oche,
I'm here.
Chair, that's 6 present.
Thank you. And our first order of business is, as we do every month since COVID has started, adoption of a resolution authorizing the use of teleconferencing for Parks and Recreation Commission for our meeting during the COVID-19 state of emergency. Could I get a motion to move forward with this, please?
I'll make the motion.
And second from the vice chair, thank you. And a roll call vote, please.
Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemaire,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Commissioner Oche,
Yes, please.
Chair, that's a 6-0 vote.
Thank you. And now is the time for public comment. This is an opportunity for people to speak to items that are not currently on the agenda this evening. If you are here to speak at pickleball, please don't try to speak now. We'll hear from you later. And any other subject that's on our agenda this evening. Jawad, do you have?
I have no speaker cards turned in for public comment, and I'm seeing no hands raised online.
There's a hand raised behind you. Can you fill out a speaker card, please?
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners.
Yeah.
Good evening, Chair. Committee members and staff. My name is Samir Tuma, and I live in Barron Park. I want to thank you for an opportunity to come speak during public comment regarding petition and a dog park concept that we're working on in Barron Park. During the early days of the pandemic, as many of you know, a lot of our community members felt scared and isolated. Dog owners were out in the public walking, exercising the dogs, exercising themselves. And after a while, groups began to meet up at Barron Park Elementary School, which we felt was a COVID-safe environment and also safe for the dogs. This group really has become our community, a much needed social interaction, support for each other in many ways. We communicate every day regarding advice, help support arranging birthday celebrations, help with illnesses, and create happy events such as piano concerts or fundraising for Ukraine. It's a group of people who mostly didn't know each other 2 years ago. According to the ASPCA and others, dog ownership grew nationwide by 12% during December of 2020 through April of 2021, and that's holding steady. This increased and sustained growth with dog ownership has put significant stress on the very limited resources that Palo Alto offers to dog owners. I want to address some of the issues that we came across over time. One complaint was that there were sometimes piles of dog poop left in the area where kids played. Our dog community immediately formed a poop patrol where we would go out every morning prior to the kids coming to school, pick up garbage, pick up the poop, and really make it a safe environment for everybody. It was great, it was rewarding. The kids began to leave us sweet little messages. The teachers began to thank us, and we thought we've created a very good, harmonious environment. But despite these efforts, we did find the school gates locked many times earlier than anticipated. And recently, some of the neighbors have been calling your animal control services, and they've been coming regularly up there to sort of shoo us away. And we know that leash laws in Palo Alto prevent you from running dogs off leash, but we felt that this was a very safe environment that wouldn't create much conflict. So we began a process to investigate the dog park. We held a meeting with the Barron Park Association, ran the concept by there in order to daylight it. And the feedback was pretty much most people wanted to have a dog park. The only question was where. And so we are here to kick off this process and hopefully have a very open, robust conversation with the community to try to arrive at something that would be helpful for everybody. And just in closing, I want to leave you with something that our newly elected city council member, Julie Lipcott-Hames, wrote in an article, which was entitled, "Will Conversations in Our Dog Parks Save America?" It's worth a read, but I'll just say quickly that there were two members of the dog park who were on opposite sides of the political spectrum. And they talked about how they came together in the dog park. And I'll just read a quick excerpt. "I can't hate these people and love their dogs at the same time. We don't hold the same values outside of the area, but maybe we're not as entrenched in our polarized views as we think we are. In these moments, we love our dogs, don't care about politics, and maybe, just maybe, we're a little bit closer than we thought we were." So just a sentiment to leave you with. Thank you so much for your time. We do have a member who's online who would like to speak briefly, but I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir.
Hello. Hi. My camera is not working, so I apologize. There will only be audio. So I'll jump right in.
Yes, please.
I want to thank all Palo Alto Parks and Recreation Commission members for their time and consideration as well. I'm Carol Lynn. I'm a clinical associate professor at Stanford University School of Medicine. I'm a practicing pediatric regional anesthesiologist and the perioperative lead sustainability officer for Lucille Packard Children's Hospital. As a physician, I support the necessity of a dog park in the Barron Park neighborhood because of the physical and mental health benefits that occur around a dog park. As a physician, we focus on the prevention of psychological and physical illnesses as the best and most economical approaches to healthcare. Dog parks are a potent tool for our community's health. There are many health benefits for a socialized dog that get more physical activity, but I'm going to focus solely on the human health benefits today. There is a vast body of solid evidence that support dog ownership with healthier functional individuals and communities. COVID has made social isolation a significant health issue. According to the National Institutes on Aging, the health risks of a prolonged isolation are equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Social isolation and loneliness have been estimated to shorten a person's lifespan by as much as 15 years. COVID has brought social isolation to all ages. Isolation is not just a side effect of COVID, it is a pervasive issue for our communities and schools. Dog ownership is related to fewer mental and physical health issues, and this is because dog parks decrease social isolation. There are many studies that document the mental health benefits of owning dogs for various groups, such as children, the elderly, and populations with disability. The American Heart Association published a scientific statement on the pet ownership and cardiovascular risk in 2013. They critically assessed the data regarding the influence of pet ownership on the presence and reduction of cardiovascular risk factors and outcome. Their conclusions were that a substantial body of data suggests that pet ownership is associated with decrease in cardiovascular risk factors and increased survival in individuals with established cardiovascular disease. The data results are especially positive for a relationship between dog ownership and cardiovascular risk reduction and recovery. One person has asked me, why not just walk your dogs instead of take them to the dog parks? Dog parks may provide a safe place for older people or people with disabilities who cannot walk their dogs. And dog parks offer areas where dogs can exercise and run freely while the owners socialize. As a physician, we weigh the benefits versus the risk of treatment. If a dog park was a treatment for isolation and cardiovascular disease.
Thank you. 3 minutes are up. John King, you're our next speaker for public comment.
And followed by Christian Kalar and Arlene Sheehan, who will be our last speaker.
Good evening, John King. I am a resident of Barron Park. I also am the president of the Barron Park Association as well, a neighborhood group. And we also, as a group, became aware of the petition that was circulating, and at our recent board meeting, we had a very big discussion about the item. And as yet, no, decision or any kind of a direction has been made by the board. We're certainly interested in knowing, what might occur as well. So I'm going to take that hat off, but my personal hat is I'm a dog owner in Barron Park. I live right down the street from Barron Park Elementary School, where my kids all went to school. And now I'm attending that school playground with my own dog in sort of that next generation of things. So I know the importance of, having a group of dog owners who just absolutely, love to get together. The dogs love to get together. They run around in a big playground, grassy playground that is Barron Park Elementary School. Now, there are, complications with that. And we know that. And there's, the group of folks who are, wanting to promote a dog park somewhere in Barron Park. Many locations have been suggested, but we would like to find out what might be the best solution for the dog owners as well. Plus, we're not available to use that school playground during, school hours. Obviously, it's only after hours and usually after 6 p.m. when the daycare and the preschool is not in session as well, and they close at 6 p.m. So at this time of the year, we really don't have a usage of that. But they're very concerned and very involved dog owners who actually go to Barron Park School, and they actually pick up what needs to be picked up in the morning, but so that the kids are at least not, having to dodge things in the playground. So, and they've been actually, the school itself has been very lenient and very supportive of using the school for the purpose of a dog park as well. And so we're just very fortunate that has happened. But we know that there's got to be another solution, a better solution to, having somewhere nearby that we can use in a more official capacity. So we welcome any ideas and hope that some of this will pass through and create the solution that we're looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christian Kalar, followed by Arlene Sheehan.
Hi, my name is Christian Kaler. I'm also a resident of Barron Park, and I, like John King, are on the Barron Park Association, chair of the Creeks and Parks Committee. But like John, I'm going to take off my hat. I'm here as just an individual, not as a representative of the Barron Park Association. I just want to remind the commission. So I have a dog, walk my dog almost every day, supporter of a dog park. However, I want to remind the commission about some work we did a number of years ago. I haven't had a chance to look up exactly when we did go into this, because there was interest in making Bull Park a dog park a number of years ago. And what people that were proposing this thought, the creek makes a great natural barrier. But I want to just remind the commission that the creek is not actually a great natural barrier, because it's private property when you get halfway through the creek. And so then, which is where I live. And so I have dogs come up into my yard on just a regular basis. And so please, as you investigate this dog park, which I hope we can successfully find a good place, just keep in mind that Bull Park has very few established fence lines. There's only one probably with James Witt's property, but just keep in mind that the creek is not a natural boundary. We're not allowed to have fences down on our property line, which is the center of the creek. So just keep that in mind during your investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry about your name. And our final speaker, Arlene Sheehan.
Arlene, you've been unmuted.
Try again.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Hi, my name's Arlene. I'm a Barron Park resident. I'm not a dog owner, although I love dogs. My children all have dogs who visit me here in Barron Park. I live at on Colombe Drive, which fronts Briones Park, which has been proposed as a site for said dog park, which I have no objections to. I think a dog park is a great idea. I would just like everyone to know that those of us who live along the park, whose properties border Briones Park, would be impacted by a dog park with dogs running along our property line. So I would hope that any decision that might be made to place a dog park in my backyard would leave room for community input. Thanks.
Thank you. And that completes our speakers from the public on items not on the agenda tonight this evening. Thank you for reaching out and taking the opportunity and the time to speak to us. We appreciate your input. And as many of you probably know, the commission is not permitted to comment directly on items that are not on our agenda this evening, although some of these items may be discussed at the end of our meeting when we talk about our ad hocs and liaison updates. Next up on our agenda is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Does anyone have anything this evening?
Listen to it just for fun.
Okay, then we'll move on to the approval of our minutes from the October 25th meeting. Does anyone have any comments regarding these minutes? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Cribbs, and a second.
I'll second Joy Oche.
Thank you, Joy. And a roll call vote, please.
Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemaire,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Commissioner Oche.
Yes, please.
Chair, that's a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. Next up is the department report. Assistant Director Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. See, I'll start with an update on our recruitment status. We have filled our senior management analyst position. A gentleman named Robert Gonzalez has filled that role just starting earlier this week on Monday. So grateful to have him there. The position directly under him, the budget analyst, is still vacant, still recruiting for that. And we're still recruiting for several hourly open space technicians. The holiday tree lighting event at Lytton Plaza, that's going to be held on Friday, December 2nd, 5:30 to 7 p.m. There'll be live entertainment and treats. There's a holiday toy drive. If you wish to donate to the yearly toy drive, please bring new and unwrapped toys, books, gift cards, and other gifts to the local drop-off between November 14th and December 14th. And all toys are donated to local youth in need. The drop-off locations include all the Palo Alto fire stations and libraries, as well as Mitchell Park and Lucy Stern Community Center. It's a holiday decorating contest, December 14th through December 20th. The city of Palo Alto invites you to decorate the exterior of your home, a front door, a window, or your business in holiday-themed decor. Judging will take place between December 14th and 20th. And you can find out for more information on that at cityofpaloalto.org/decorating contest. Update on the infill at Mayfield Soccer Complex. We have a contract in place to do the work. The work will begin sometime during the week of November 28th, pending weather. The work's going to take about 12 days. Again, pending what happens with the rain. It does need to be dry to do the work. The contractor will start with that north field, keeping the south field open for play, and then switching fields. And during that transition from north to south, there may require a 1 to 2 day overlap where both fields are temporarily not available. For the foot completed, I do have some promising news that there might be a breakthrough on the horizon if we can get the contract in place, but it's been slow going on that. And I apologize for the tardiness in getting that in place, but I expect it to be fairly soon. The Magical Bridge Playground Improvement Project ran into a few delays. This was due to equipment and materials being delayed in delivery. So the playground is now scheduled to reopen on December 1st. And Chair, that concludes the department report.
Thank you, Darren. Do any commissioners have any questions regarding the department report? Commissioner Freeman.
Yeah, Darren, good. Thanks for the report. On the, I guess the work that's going to be done on the north and south fields, could you just make sure, I guess, that we try and let people know as far in advance when, because you indicate that both fields will be closed as they switch from one to the other. So for planning purposes, we just need to let people know as quickly as you can as to when that might take place.
Will do. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Cribbs, your mic is on. Is that not because you want to speak? Okay. Thank you, Darren. Thanks. Short but sweet tonight. Next item of business is our agenda item regarding racket court policy. And we have Adam Howard here to present on that. Welcome, Adam.
And while Adam's pulling up his presentation, let me just introduce Adam. He's the Senior Program Manager with Community Services. And thanks for being here tonight, Adam. Really appreciate it.
One moment and I'll be with you.
While we're waiting, anyone who would like to speak on this item this evening, please make sure you've either turned in a speaker card to the front here, or if you're online joining us via Zoom, please raise your hand. And depending on the number of speakers, it may be less than 3 minutes to speak, maybe 2 minutes this evening. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Good evening, Adam Howard, Senior Community Services Manager with the City of Palo Alto, here tonight to discuss the multi-use courts in Mitchell Park, specifically around the priority hours between pickleball and tennis. Quick background, this is just a general overview. In 2018, the court policy was updated to allow pickleball in Mitchell Park. Mitchell Park was kind of a site that organically started to grow pickleball, both because of its parking, because of its proximity away from neighbors, and because of general availability for use. In 2019, staff began to look for ways to allow pickleball to play there with designated space. New courts were designed, and a multi-use court design was created to give priority to both pickleball and tennis. At the time, the priorities were really about the most popular times for each sport. And as things have changed, so has the need for that policy. In 2020, new courts were open. In April of 2022, lights were added to these two standalone courts so that they were also lit. And in May 2022, the multi-use courts were repainted with yellow to improve visibility. So where we stand currently, there are 8 designated pickleball courts, all located in Mitchell Park. 51 public tennis courts, some of which are located on school grounds. And on those courts, they're only available after 4 p.m. and on weekends. And 17 of those courts are lit, spread over 3 different locations. And we have the 2 multi-use courts in Mitchell Park. When I say multi-use, they're striped for both tennis and pickleball. They are 7 and they are all lit. This is just kind of a general overview of the Mitchell Park complex. In the upper left-hand corner of the picture are the 2 standalone courts I was previously discussing. And the highlighted area are where the new pickleball courts were built and where the 2 joint use courts are currently standing. So these are previously what were courts 6 and 7. They are now the 2 joint use courts. Pickleball has priority 8 a.m. to 2:30, 7 days a week. Tennis has priority 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. So as we've had those courts in place, some of the feedback that we have received or observed, evening time has become compacted for the pickleball sport. There's a need for either additional space or evening priority. We continue to hear about the importance of grouping of courts, they don't feel it's a need if you put 1 or 2 courts in a park. They really think grouping of courts is important. And there's just a level of frustration around those courts when, tennis players come and can possibly displace up to 16 players. Tennis feedback, lit courts are in high demand and are hard to come by. Mitchell Park tennis courts are the only courts available in South Palo Alto. Wait time for tennis is substantially different than with pickleball. So if you go to a tennis court and you have to wait, you're liable to wait up to an hour. So it's a little bit harder to wait for tennis courts. Driving around to different locations is burdensome. It's not great for the environment and it's uneconomical. And a shared kind of frustration over those joint use courts as it's difficult for tennis players to either remove a large crowd of pickleball players or to play tennis there with a large grouping. So there is kind of a joint frustration around those 2 joint use courts. So staff and with the help of the ad hoc has done some spot checks over a couple month period. You can see there's kind of groupings in January and February. You'll look at these courts. The highlighted areas are where courts are full. So where you see kind of highlighted all the way down, that means all courts in Palo Alto were full when we checked across the 3 different locations. So the 3 lit locations, Mitchell Park, Rinconada, and Pali High School. These numbers you've seen before. These are a little bit more recent in August and September. Again, showing yellow where things are full and green is where people were waiting. Just to try to help with observations, this helped me a little bit. These are the same numbers, but this time the highlighted represents where courts were open. So you can kind of see where the available courts may have been when we searched the different locations. We looked, these are a relatively small sample size. I think it was 15 different dates that we were checking. Of those dates, 14 times the pickleball courts were full and 4 times the tennis courts were full. So given kind of the feedback that we've heard, the observations we've had, we think the policy needs some updating. Currently, staff is recommending a policy change that would provide pickleball priority 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The courts would remain dual striped, so no physical changes to the court. This would kind of allow for some flexibility to see how these changes would impact the courts in Palo Alto. By changing priority, we do think that a majority, if not all the time, it will be used for pickleball, but it would allow for flexibility moving into the future. Some other considerations we looked at was more of a tiered approach. So maybe we start with some mix, 2 to 3 nights pickleball, 1 to 2 nights, whatever that might look like. Ultimately, we steered away from that. We think right now there's a lot of conflict at those courts. There's frustration at those courts, and we think it's important to remove them. We think that doing some mixture of these, where it's 2 or 3 or 4 nights, would only add to that, would cause more confusion, would cause more conflict. And we think it's really important that we get away from that. These 2 sports don't need to go head to head, and in sharing of space, we're kind of creating that, and we would like to move away from it. There's a suggestion of maybe we only change priority on one of general layout here, is that 3 of the courts kind of overlap. So if you were truly trying to use 1 court for tennis and 1 court for pickleball, you'd really only have 2 pickleball courts. And staff doesn't feel like that change would really help either group, right? Now we're hindering everybody. And so we kind of think that we need to steer clear of that. There's been a suggestion to dual stripe more courts, kind of spread out it, so it's not all at the Mitchell Park complex. Again, we go back to, we think that this, with the growth of both sports, is really creating conflict, and we want to steer clear of that. The other issue is, even if you dual stripe a court, you still have to have movable nets. You still have to have storage for those nets. You still have to have people that are willing to set up and take down those nets. So we don't think that adding more dual stripe is the approach that we think should move forward. Some additional suggestions that we have looked into, and I think it's important to think that we will continue to look into those, is adding lights to existing courts. The first site that you look at is Coverly, because there's a large number of courts there, but there's inherent issues there as well. Coverly's infrastructure is limited, so you have to find a way to bring in an additional electrical source. And the cost of that would be anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. Now, we actually got one quote, just kind of in investigating, and it was close to $500,000, and that didn't include electrical. So we do think, it would be somewhere in this range. I also looked into solar lights. Solar lights have come a long way. And I spoke to 2 solar companies who don't feel the solar lights would be able to accommodate courts that are side by side. So they mentioned that if you had a standalone court where you can kind of line the courts and lights, solar is great. It would work efficiently. You'd get all the light you need. But when you have courts side by side where you can't put the lights down the middle for safety reasons, right? You don't want poles right next to the courts. The middle of both courts would remain darker than what they feel would be adequate for sports complexes. So I've kind of moved away from that. I think we need to continue to look at that, but I don't think it's a solution that we can kind of wait for before we make any changes to the policy. The other one is to build additional courts. We recognize this is the ideal solution moving forward. We don't think shared space, we don't think taking space from one to the other will be the future goals. We really need to find new space. Financing those projects is difficult, but finding the adequate space is really going to be key there. Both communities have stressed the importance of kind of grouping of courts together. So, building 1 or 2 courts somewhere in a park isn't what either community thinks is really necessary. You really need groupings. And of course, that requires space. So we want to continue to look at ways that we could go about doing that. Maybe that's where there's currently 2 courts and there's room to put 2 more, and then you have 4. And so, those are solutions we continue to look forward to, but again, not something that's in the immediate future where we can hold off making some of these policy changes. If we were to make this change, the court layout would look like this. There would be 8 designated pickleball courts, 7 pickleball courts that have continued priority. So 15 total courts, they'd all be lit. And there'd be 51 public tennis courts with 17 lit courts spread over 3 different locations. So what would come next? The course, if approved here or suggested to move forward, the court policy would go to City Council, hopeful in sometime December, January. If City Council approves the court use policy update, staff would begin evaluating that in about 6 months' time. See how that's impacting the rest of the court, see how the courts are being used, see if there are other changes we can make. Also important as I've moved through this process is the creation of a community courts group. This would be made up of both tennis and pickleball community members, maybe other court users that have other ideas for courts, but to really make sure the city is best utilizing its courts, whether that means how we use it, the rules around it. What I'd really like to see is that these groups come together to help positively move forward our courts. I think we're blessed in Palo Alto that we have a lot of great resources. And I think the community could help us make sure they're being better utilized or to the best of their abilities. So I would like to see that happen in February. I think I acknowledge that we have to kind of remove this conflict before a group like that could work. The last thing we want to do is pit these people against each other. A little bit, but I think we can move past it. And then just continuingly as staff, ongoing looking to, better utilize the courts, look for new court locations or unique locations where we maybe could make 2 courts to 5 courts or something around those lines. And then continue to look at the idea of lighting existing courts, whether that be through solar or the more recognized style of lights, but just to continue to look through that because we think nighttime is where there's a real crunch. And if we could do something about that, we would like to. That is it for my presentation. Open to questions and comments.
Thank you, Adam. Before we go to public comment on this item, is there anyone from the ad hoc committee that would like to make any clarifying statements that might be helpful to hear before going to public comment? Commissioner Cribbs.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. I think that the staff has done a really good job laying this out, and I really appreciate the work that's been done.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Any clarifying questions from commissioners?
Yeah. Is staff going to come back to us after the 6 months evaluation to discuss what you see and how the community group is working?
Yes, that would be the plan. Quickly to clarify, it might not happen exactly at 6 months. I think that's when we would start collecting data and information.
Thank you. And how many? I'm sorry.
Yeah, good job on this. And just one point, the fact that this is a 6-month trial and doing that 6-month period is basically continuing to look at what's working and what's not working and then sort of refining it. So it's not like it's a permanent plan. It's I guess you could call it a temporary plan to see how everything works.
Okay. So how many speakers do we have this evening?
At this time, we have 8 speakers in person with 3 hands raised online.
Excuse me, Commissioner Oche wanted to say something.
Yes, I wanted to ask how many people will be part of the committee?
I haven't thought to that level of detail. Keep it relatively small, somewhere eight people, somewhere around there. People that can go back and gather information from their communities, but small enough that we can have workable conversations and move towards future goals. I'm open to opinions on that, though.
Thank you.
Now I think we're ready for public speakers, and given the number that we have, we'll be asking you to limit your comments to 2 minutes each. And if you want to come up and speak and want to just refer to comments that a previous speaker has made in the interest of efficiency for everyone, please feel free to do that. We look forward to hearing what everyone has to say. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Rich Pearson, followed by Kevin Chen.
We good? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rich Pearson. I'm a pickleball board member a 16-year Palo Alto resident, and an instructional aide at Duveneck Elementary. My job tonight is to walk you through a petition requesting that the city shift its resources to support pickleball's skyrocketing growth amongst Palo Alto residents. This petition was born 5 weeks ago on a Tuesday night after 4 tennis players displaced 28 pickleball players at Mitchell Park, while 5 lit tennis courts sat idle at Palo Alto High School. We debated using an online tool like change.org to draw support from around the Bay Area and goose the numbers. However, we thought a hard copy petition with signatures and addresses of only Palo Alto residents would be most effective. We did not go door to door. We just created a table tent sign and put it on the picnic tables next to the courts. People signed as I walked by. In some sense, you can think of these 600 plus signatures that they represent the tip of the iceberg and the support that pickleball has in Palo Alto. And as such, we've prepared a 3-hour audio file containing the narratives, which I'll play right now. I'm kidding. I know that none of us have time to hear all these stories tonight, but we would do it if we needed it, and they would come. We appreciate the support of the commission and urge that you approve the recommendation from Adam and the ad hoc committee. It's clear that the data and the personal stories behind them make shifting resources to support pickleball the right choice for Palo Alto. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Chen, followed by Jing Wang. Apologies if I mispronounce some of these names. And I want to ask that there be no applause in this chamber. It's it's proper decorum to avoid doing that. Thank you.
Right. Good evening, committee members, and good evening, my fellow sports fans, pickleball friends, and tennis friends. Right. I'm all in for creating more tennis or pickleball courts for all of us. Right. But please don't take away the existing tennis courts. Right. You don't do certain things at the cost of the other community. Right. We already lost one tennis course. Please don't take away tennis court 5 and 6 again. Right. So I'm a Palo Alto resident. I live actually probably a few blocks away from Mitchell Park. I walk my dog every night and I can see the parking lot was full. The pickleball parked their car around the 5 parking lane. That's a hazard. And also I live 3 blocks away from Mitchell Park. You can hear the pickleball hitting ground, the noise, right? This really becoming a huge issue for the neighborhood. You can go out and check that noise out, right? So you will never have enough pickleballs in Mitchell Park because this is becoming the mega hub of pickleball fans, right? Not only Palo Alto residents play tennis here. I talked to a lot of them. Most of them come from San Jose. You know, I'm a sports fan, so I love sharing those facilities. But you don't want to turn Mitchell Park into really a huge crowded danger zone, right? There's always so many people over there. So please don't take away the tennis courts from us. So also we did some research, right? Palo Alto right now already has the highest pickleball court per person. We like almost double or triple the other cities in the Palo Alto Bay Area, right? So please don't take away 5 and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jing Wang, followed by Wan Yi Ma. Apologies with the pronunciation.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jing. I'm a Palo Alto tennis mom. And I want to quickly share with you a special moment that I had this morning. My son, who is 14 years old, played tennis in Mitchell Park with another 5 kids at the same age. They all go to Pauli or Gang. All of a sudden, I find it so special because look at them. There's one boy, Jacob. He ranked #1 in North California and ranked #7 in the country. And there's a naughty boy Gabe, who ranked number 4 in North California, and my son, a late bloomer, he ranked number 14. So all of these kids, they play in Mitchell Park for years, and they have a great achievement there. So today, I would really like you to please consider this opportunity to give it to our kids, to allow them to practice tennis, and then eventually they will see the outcome after hard work. And also, nowadays, they already become a really good role model for the younger kids. I would also like you to please consider that, for these kids, I don't want them to have the fear that really tennis is in competition with pickleball. No, it's not in competition. So please consider to find a solution for pickleball and for the players to play there as well. And last but not least, I hope that everyone please give us adult an opportunity that maybe in 5 years' time, one of our kids may play in US Open tennis Grand Slam, and they may win the championship. And what they will say at that time, they will say, oh, when I was young, I played in Mitchell Park and for years. So with all of to give our kids this opportunity.
Thank you. No, please avoid the applause. I'll have to ask you to leave the chamber. I don't want to do that. Next is Yanni Ma, followed by Greg X.
Good evening, commissioners. I'd like to start off by thanking you all for taking the time today to listen to me. My name is Yanni Ma, and I've been playing tennis for around 7 years. And I'm here today to support the petition of keeping courts 5 and 6 for tennis only. I met one of my good friends, Jacob, through tennis, and for the past 3 years, we've hit together every week at Mitchell. During these 3 years, I've gotten to know countless of people, ranging from little kids to adults. And I remember this one couple in particular who I'd see every Tuesday. And every week, we'd always have these small conversations about something so small as like, how was your school? Which truly made me believe that our tennis community was more than just a community, but a family. By taking away these courts would be taking away our homes. So please keep courts 5 and 6 at Mitchell for tennis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg X, followed by Brian Chan.
So that is a Greg Xiong, not Xiong.
Thanks. I just didn't want to mispronounce it.
Oh, sure. I mean, well, thank you, Chairman Jeff, and all the committee members, and thank you all the audience for being here. So my name is Greg Xiong. So I am a tennis player and a Palo Alto citizen, a resident for the past 13 years. So my kids went to elementary, junior high school, and now in college. One is going to graduate from college. So with that said, I do want to start. I got another 90 minutes or a second also. I don't want to say that as a tennis player, so I am not against pickleball as a sport. And I believe all tennis players are not really against pickleball players. Yet, as of today, we are seeing in Mitchell Park, what happened is pickleball players are taking tennis courts away or part of its usable time from the tennis players. That created the daily tension between the two groups of the people. So the city, from that standpoint, it shall help resolve this problem proactively instead of letting the two groups of the people fight with each other. So one possible solution, as people were talking, is to find, for example, a piece of land. Well, I mean, with a good public access. Well, I'm just saying, for example, 1 or 2 acres of the land parcel near Palo Alto Regional Airport, for example. So, or some other nearby parks to dedicate to a new pickleball court development. The detailed budget has to be carefully analyzed. But as a professional developer, I can just throw out some numbers. For example, 1.5 million to 3 million can deliver 15 to 20 brand new pickleball courts with lights. So that can, for example, serve as a new pickleball center.
Can you wrap up your comments, please? Your time's up. Can you wrap up, please?
But anyway, so my point is, do not let people fight with each other, but city help us find a win-win solution.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Chan, followed by Wenzin He.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Brian Chan. I'm from Midtown. I'm here to support tennis. You know, after school every day, I pick up my kids at about 3 p.m. and we try to take them to some tennis courts to play tennis. And it is not uncommon that we find ourselves driving 45 minutes around Palo Alto just to find courts. Mitchell Park, Cubberley, Pierce Park, we stop everywhere. And oftentimes we can't even find a court. So after 3 p.m. is really a priority time for kids to play tennis. Youth tennis is in huge demand in Palo Alto, the Bay Area, and Northern California. So I oppose changing the priority times for courts 5 and 6 pickleball. The reason why I believe this plan won't work very well is because from what I observed is that even when dedicated pickleball courts at Mitchell Park are not being in use, there are always pickleball players who prefer to play on the tennis courts. And as a result, and this has happened multiple times, there's one time I remember in the evening where all the pickleball courts were empty and players came to play pickleball. Instead of playing on those courts, they played on the tennis courts. And so the problem is when you give priority completely to pickleball, a tennis player has no recourse to ask them to move, even though there are open pickleball courts, and you have to, work with them. And so that's why I feel that this plan is not great. I would like to propose 2 quick solutions. First solution is based on the fact that the majority of players on the courts are not residents of Palo Alto. So my first solution is to give pickleball courts priority to Palo Alto residents. And my second solution is to allocate space in the Cubberley gym for evening use for pickleball. It's a huge space, it's underutilized. We can move temporary courts in there. You can create many more temporary courts than you can at Mitchell Park. And it'll be a great space where when it's cold outside, even when it's raining, pickleball players in their community can gather and play. This is similar to, they have similar resources at Redwood City and San Jose.
Thank you, Brian. Next speaker is Wenzin He, followed by Monica Williams.
Hi, my name is Wenxin. So I'm living in Palo Alto for 22 years and active tennis player and a USTA tennis captain for multiple teams in Palo Alto. So I would like to stress one thing, like in the past, I used to captain a team at Mitchell Park for mixed doubles. But after the pickleball course taking over tennis course, I cannot host it at a Mitchell Park anymore. And if you look at the numbers of USTA teams in Palo Alto, most of them are in Rinconada Park. It's like 20 teams or more, but almost nobody is hosting at Mitchell Park at all because of the courts are taken and also double striped, and we cannot use them for matches. So now some people use Cubberley as their home court. However, there's no lights. The usage is kind of very limited. And the other thing is like I also noticed that many of the players for pickleball, they are coming from other cities. Some people driving more than an hour to come over here, and giving them a full court access will not solve the issue because it will just attract more and more pickleball players coming from other cities, not from local, because local people, they got impacted by other players from other sites, from other cities, not from local players. So I would like to suggest to have, find a better solution to, I'm not against any pickleball players at all, because once, they are taking the courts from us, shared space, I have no complaints at all. So I just following the rule, come after 3:30 and try to play there, and give them courtesy to let them play for 15 minutes. So I really want to ask the city to find a better solution for both of the group of people.
Thank you. Monica Williams, followed by Paige Cook.
Good evening, Chair Greenfield and Commissioners. I'm Monica Williams, the president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. I'm also a tennis player. I served for many years on the board of the Palo Alto Tennis Club. I want to thank the commissioners and staff for working so hard to improve the recreation services for the Palo Alto community. I'm here to support your court usage policy recommendation to provide pickleball priority at Mitchell Park from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. When the current pickleball priority time of 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. was set 4 years ago, it made sense because at that time, most of the players were seniors. However, we didn't anticipate the explosive growth that was about to happen, especially by younger people and working people. And now with this recommendation of court usage availability from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week, it will give families, children, and youth an opportunity to have the use of the courts just like everyone else. As I'm sure you recall at the September meeting, over 70 pickleball advocates attended and 104 sent emails extolling the virtues of pickleball and supported this change in court usage policy. So I don't want to waste your time by repeating what's already been said. It's very exciting that with this extended time, we will be able to serve our youth with clinics after school, hold family tournaments, and working people will no longer be bumped from the pickleball courts in the evenings, at long last. Many of our members are also tennis players, and we hope in the future to forge a partnership with the Palo Alto Tennis Club so that we can work together to help improve the courts and embrace both sports. I must say that we are filled with gratitude that staff and commissioners have listened to the hundreds of pickleball playing Palo Alto residents. I'd like to ask all the pickleball community in attendance to stand up, raise your paddles in appreciation. 70 of them couldn't come because they came last month. Thank you, everyone. And we wish you a wonderful Thanksgiving. We hope we don't see you again for a very long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paige Cook, followed by Joy Zhang.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Commission. My name is Paige Cook, and I am a Palo Alto Pickleball Club member. I'm also the mom to an 11-year-old and 10-year-old pickleball player and spouse of a pickleball player. I'm also a registered volunteer of the City of the Palo Alto Middle School Athletics Program. There was a need for a volunteer coach for cross country, and then the Palo Alto Little League Baseball League needed a volunteer coach. I'm grateful to have the time for that, but my love is actually pickleball. So now that the conclusion of fall sports has come to an end, my intention is to offer free lessons and get the elementary, middle, and high school kids that don't know the joy of pickleball to join me on the court, as I already teach getting started sessions just as an ambassador for the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. In the evenings between the hours of 3 and 5, I've been displaced as well as my family. And as daylight hours become shorter and having court priority after 3 p.m., that will allow me to teach and spread the joy of pickleball to the youth in the community. As you know, and as you've heard, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America. And each week, new Palo Alto residents are coming out for these free introductory lessons that are just a gift from the Palo Alto Pickleball Club to the city of Palo Alto residents. So I do also please approve the court use policy and at least test it out so we can have priority for the courts in the afternoons for 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Joy Zhang, followed by Jocelyn Singh.
Hello, everyone. Dear commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name is Joy Zhang. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, a working mom of two young children, and a pickleball player. I'd like to thank the commissioners for listening to the voice of the pickleball community. Obviously, the community is exploding with many, many more people start playing pickleball in Palo Alto. The demographics of players, as I have seen in Mitchell Park, has changed over the past few years. Nowadays, pickleball is a popular social activity among young people. My 7th grade son told me that they are having pickleball lessons during PE at JLS Middle School, and he would bring 2 paddles from home to school during the PE days. And he told me that he had a lot of fun playing with his friends in the pickleball round robin. I'm sure the kids would love to play more pickleball at Mitchell Park if there are courts available after school. Currently, this is not a viable option as the courts are often packed during weekday nights and weekends. There's a previous speaker mentioned that when pickleball courts are open, available, people chose to play, still chose to play in the mixed use courts. I don't think that's true. In fact, nowadays, I think the pickleball courts are almost full during most of the time. So I sincerely hope that you give pickleball priority 7 days a week for the shared courts at Mitchell Park so that more people can enjoy pickleball at Mitchell Park. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jocelyn Singh, followed by our final speaker, Juan J. Singh.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Sang from Palo Alto. The pickleball courts at Mitchell Park were designed to be a community place. Got large and shaded picnic tables at one end of the courts. Many benches surround the courts and are near the courts. Lots of activities happen there. Palo Alto has a thriving pickleball community with many participants and volunteers. Here are just a few examples of Palo Alto pickleball events. A hosted brown bag luncheon, a Thanksgiving round robin mixer, multiple weekly free skills clinics, and getting started classes for those who have never tried pickleball. And that's just in the recent 4 weeks. In that same period, the club would have also hosted a citywide pickleball youth day in late October. This event was unfortunately canceled because we could not secure the courts due to the priority hours. Pickleball events and programming can only take place during those times. At present time, almost all the pieces are in place to allow for pickleball programming to serve youth and evening players. These pieces are a vision for the community, an extremely engaged and experienced volunteer population, a space that allows for such events, and immense community interest in all of the above. But the last important piece is now in the Commission's hands, which is to change the pickleball afternoon and evening hours, 7 days a week, to pickleball. Just by changing the priorities on 2 tennis courts, for a few hours a day, the Commission will allow so many more opportunities for community and public enrichment. Please vote to change the priority hours. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Juan J. Singh.
Good evening. My name is Juan J. Singh, and I'm a Palo Alto resident for the last 3 years, living in the Bay Area for about 10 years. There are 3 things I want to share today with you. Number one, with my background. I moved to the United States alone without my parents at the age of 13 from Chennai, India, to start a career in tennis. I was a ball boy, got introduced to tennis through my work as a ball boy, played tennis in high school, college on a full ride. And tennis has been a passion of mine as a junior and into my professional career as well. I've started 3 companies. Every one of my companies that I started was funded by people that I played tennis with. Every job I've had was because I played tennis with the CEO or chairman of a company. So I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, tennis has played a big part of my life. It continues to play a big part of my life. And I am truly passionate about tennis. With that said, the second point I want to make is pickleball is winning as a product over tennis. It's practical. What's happening is I play tennis now once a week. I play pickleball 3 times a week. It's really interesting to see the pickleball community growing. I live across the street from Mitchell Park. I walk my dog there every day. I walk my 2-year-old son every day, and I play tennis with my 6-year-old son multiple times a week at Mitchell Park. And I've seen the community that is out there for tennis and pickleball, and I see the demand for pickleball every day when I walk and spend time at Mitchell Park, either with my kids or when I play pickleball myself. And the third reason I'm here to support pickleball today is because of the amazing team that's behind pickleball, Palo Alto Pickleball Foundation. Monica is the president of pickleball. I do not have a personal relationship with you, Monica, but I've seen her, bring the community together with her energy, with her passion, and in a very organized fashion, and how she's brought pickleball to everyone in our Palo Alto community. So with my unique personal background, with the practical reason why pickleball is a winning product, and with an amazing team, I would highly recommend supporting the needs of pickleball in the Palo Alto community. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all the impassioned speakers this evening. It's great to hear from the community on both sides of this. Hearing from both the tennis community and the pickleball community this evening. At this point, I'd like to turn things over to the racket court policy ad hoc first to hear your comments on things. And then we'll look to the other commissioners for questions and comments. This is an action this evening, so we will be taking a vote we have the opportunity to take a vote on a motion at the end of our discussion. Commissioner Cripps.
Thank you very much. As I think I said earlier, I'm in full support of this suggestion for the 6-month trial period. I'm excited that both communities, both tennis and pickleball, are interested as we come out of COVID in exercise and the benefits of health for everybody. I really would encourage everybody to join this joint group to have a discussion about how we can utilize all of our courts and make them better for the future. A lot of you travel around and see other pickleball places, other tennis courts, and we probably can learn a lot from all of those things as well. And I think it's really important for the community to work together for the benefit of our children. So I'm very interested in maximizing what we have right now. And so I'm happy to see everybody here and certainly thank the staff for trying to avoid all of the tension and bad feeling when people are trying to get exercise and have a good time. So thank you, Adam, for the work you've done.
Nellis?
I also want to thank the community for really coming out and being passionate about your sport, both tennis and pickleball. I have a household of tennis people, so and I also am very much involved in both tennis and pickleball, and it's we've gone. I guess we've spent a lot of time with Adam and his team for about the last 2 months or so, really trying to, listening to what both sides are saying and trying to come up with a, this is not something that we're saying, we're laying this out and this is the way it's going to be. Just like pickleball is evolving faster than we can speak. So it's worth trying. I mean, the thing is, we can't build pickleball courts overnight. And this is a temporary solution. And we're trying to appease both sides of it. So I'm encouraging my fellow commissioners to approve this and send it on, because it's something that I think, and the one thing about pickleball, it's a low cost of entry, which means that pretty much anyone can do it. And that's getting people out who probably never would have thought about going outside and playing a sport. And it's going to give us the opportunity to look at other options. And we want to be able to, we want to reach out to ask both communities, both pickleball and tennis, to really share with us what things everyone here travels around. I've traveled to different countries and seen how other people are doing some of the other sports. I've seen pickleball courts on top of garages and buildings. And so, I mean, you can pretty much set a court up anywhere. You can't necessarily do that with tennis. And so this is for our tennis community, look at this as being kind of a temporary solution to look for a more permanent solution going forward. And that could be, building out a facility in a building or top of wherever it might be. But for my fellow commission, it could take 90 minutes to play a game of tennis, whereas it takes 15 to 20 minutes to play with 4 people to play pickleball. So keep that in mind as well. But I really encourage the tennis community and the pickleball community to work together to help us continue to develop this plan going forward. So thank you for your input.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes, I just want to echo the comments from the other ad hoc members, thanking staff and actually the commission that's been working on this for the last few years. I think this is a good example of the city being extremely responsive to the evolving needs in the city and continuously looking at policy and determining whether or not it's still working for the users. I think Adam, your staff report said 5 policy or court updates in 4 years. That's a lot of staff work and engagement and the data that goes into making those decisions. In addition to the comments Commissioner Freeman just made about pickleball, I also think what needs to be touched on is the accessibility. We've heard a lot of comments about injured tennis players picking up pickleball and maybe never going back, but maybe playing both sports. And also we've heard some interest in creating youth programming around pickleball with more guaranteed court time. So that is also something that was factored into this decision. And so we did hear that. And I think Adam and his staff did a great job using data to support the policy changes, going out and doing those court counts. I know I was out about half a dozen times counting a lot of people playing tennis and pickleball. And so the data-informed decision-making is very important to this commission and to me. And I think that Adam did a great job in that area. I want to touch on the Palo Alto resident requirement or preference. I don't think it's a bad thing for Palo Alto to be a regional hub for pickleball. I've been to parks in other cities. I've played tennis in other cities. I've gone to dog parks in other cities. I don't like that approach. I don't think that it fits with the goals and objectives of the park master plan and of the park purpose that we have. And I think part of the goals of this policy was to improve simplicity, to make it easier for people to understand, less confusion. And I think the recommendation does this. I just want to thank everybody that submitted an email as well. We read them all, so they don't just go into like a vacuum and a black hole. I know there was one email that suggested multi-use courts on other lit courts in Palo Alto. And I think that just creates more confusion. And so that's something that this recommendation does a good job, just keep things simple. As there have been a lot of changes in the last few years. So, and then the establishing the feedback loop to continue to work with staff, evaluating these and future changes to continue that strong record of being responsive. And I just have a question for Adam of, if someone wanted to volunteer or find out how to serve on this joint group, what would they do?
They would please contact me, adam.howard@cityofpaloalto.org.
Okay, and those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from other commissioners? Shani?
I thank the ad hoc and staff for their work and the people who came here tonight and previously to speak to us. I have one question for staff. Can you include in the community group some of the neighbors that live in that area, like from Stevenson House potentially, or people from across Charleston, just to make sure that they're okay with the changes? So I think it's important to include the residents there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll try to look for resident groups. That group will not just be looking at Mitchell Park courts, but courts in general. So I won't just focus on that neighborhood, but I think some neighborhood associations around the larger parks where this opportunity exists, I will look at getting them invited.
I think, so, you know, I have worked on the environment for a long time, and I don't know what, I know noise is troublesome to people. I walk there. I didn't think the noise was excessive, but I don't live there. And I think this is not that you want to look at all the parks. You actually want to hear what the people who live there have to say. If that's possible, I would look at Stevenson House and potentially residents nearby to see that there is no environmental concerns or impact on their lives. Thank you.
Commissioner Oche?
I just want to appreciate the city staff and also the residents who spoke. Excuse me. I also want to say maybe the temporary solution might help for now, and appreciate the residents who have spoken, because I think it's like a temporal thing that would help to resolve we can get more information about the committee and then what the next steps will be. I just want to say thank you so much to the ad hoc committee and also the city staff, especially Adam, who has worked on this, and also to let the residents know that we hear you and we want to make the right decisions that will be fit for both parties. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to echo the comments that Commissioner Brown made in terms of the attention that staff gave to this over the last 4 years. And it's actually happened quite quickly in terms of how things move within the city. I do think that these issues bring, they point to other problems that we have in our city in terms of how do we continue to engage with sports in the winter, for example? And we tried to find some solutions for soccer at Cubberley, but I think that is a continuing problem is court space and outdoor use space as we, as the days become shorter. It also brings to the broader issue of what is our relationship with the school district about Cubberley, for example, and what are we doing with that, and how our city can work with that relationship and have something more stable. It also speaks to land down by the Baylands Athletic Facility that was designated when the golf course was redone. So I think there's some broader issues that this brings up in terms of how we look at use of space and how we try to find win-win solutions for everyone. So I really appreciate the community's engagement in this, and I'm excited to see how this 6-month trial works out. And again, appreciate everyone's hard work with this.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo a number of commissioners' thank yous to staff and to the ad hoc committee that's worked on it. I've served I've served on the ad hoc for some time over the years, and it's a important effort to consider carefully and thoughtfully because it is a complicated issue, and there's a lot of people that care about the direction that we go, and it impacts people. I have a couple questions. Do we have any feel for how the parking capacity would be affected by this policy? And really the question is, can we make sure that if we go through with the trial on this, that we're monitoring parking impacts as well as other impacts, because we'll probably have increased parking needs during hours of the day when that hasn't been the case so often in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll continue to kind of monitor parking as part of that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Thank you. Also, the question that was raised that somebody might be on one of the multi-use courts before the dedicated courts are filled. Is that something that we can include a policy guideline so that usage should go to the dedicated courts first?
Yeah, I think we would include that language. It's part of the current joint use policy, meaning you got to use the permanent courts first, and we would include that in the language, meaning pickleball priority. Use the permanent courts first before moving on to the joint use space.
It's clearly the right thing to do. So, thank you. Can we please come up with a better name for the community courts group, like maybe Racket Court Advisory Group?
Absolutely.
Or something? Please, you're killing me on that one. And could you go back to one of the slides from the presentation? It's the slide where it's talking about what the allocation of courts would be. It's just before the next steps slide.
One more time, which slide was that?
The one before this, please. Thank you. So I found this slide to be very compelling in terms of where we'd be sitting if we went through with this trial, and considering that, I mean, if you're just taking a look at this from a high level and know there's a lot of variables in terms of distribution within the city and how we got here, but in terms of looking at this, these numbers do feel pretty fair and reasonable in terms of considering the number of people that will be using the pickleball courts. And I live near Mitchell Park. I bike through there all the time, all hours of the day, and what I see is consistent with what I've heard from some people in terms of there is generally more demand at the pickleball courts than the tennis courts is what I'm seeing. There are often more open tennis courts than pickleball courts. So I do support the trial. I do not take lightly taking access away from tennis courts or tennis courts away from the tennis community. I'm really hopeful that this is really a temporary thing in terms of the allocation of lighted tennis courts in South Palo Alto. Coverly is a wild card, but it is something that's going to get developed at some point, hopefully sooner than later, and hopefully the tennis court issue can be something that can push the envelope perhaps and the need for change, at least in an aspect of the realizing the potential at Coverly and redeveloping something. And so I'm hopeful that that could potentially be the site where we could increase lighted tennis courts. Do any other commissioners have any follow-up questions or comments?
Adam, would it be possible, I guess, to establish kind of I don't know if you're going to call it a board, where if people have suggestions, or would that just be an email going directly to you on that?
Yeah, the easiest thing is just to email me directly, which is typically what happens. And my contact information's out there.
And how big a group, how big a body are you looking for in terms for this racket court advisory group, if that's what we happen?
Yeah, my original thoughts are, 8 to 10, keep it manageable, so that good communication and good conversations can take place, and selecting people that can go back to a larger audience, right? We don't want decisions being made in 8 to 10 people. We just want the conversations to start there, go out, gather information, come back, much like a larger community process.
But you want a mix of both tennis and pickleball people on it?
Absolutely. Yeah. Mix of court users and neighbors.
And so this becomes an application process, and people would potentially.
That's a good question. We would have to decide if there's a larger audience that wants to be included, how we make sure we either make a selection or make sure everybody has an opportunity to participate.
Okay. And do you have if we were to move forward with the pilot, do you have a target date by which you would want to be forming this committee?
Yeah, I originally said February, but I think it just depends on what I really want to see is kind of the process, resolve the conflict, and then get the group together so that we can have a positive path forward. And I would like to do it as soon as possible. I mean, to be honest, I've worked in Palo Alto the majority of my adult life, and the split that I see kind of sitting on the two sides of the room, somewhat hurtful to me. And I would like to resolve that as quickly as possible. So I will get to that as soon as I feel like we can have a positive path forward.
Okay, so after this goes to city council for approval at that point, when the ordinance update goes into effect, that's when you'd be looking to form this committee.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but people could contact you anytime now.
Starting right now.
Great. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion at this point?
Chair, do you mind if I make just a quick comment?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks. Regarding the recommendation and the 6-month trial, I'm just looking over one of the notes that says staff would begin evaluating the usage in 6 months. And just want to make sure everyone's clear on the exact timeframes. There's no miscommunication amongst the people who are listening on when this would come back to the commission and what happens in 6 months. It sounds like maybe it may need to be more than 6 months if we're just starting to evaluate at 6. Just suggestion for your consideration, having that be part of the motion, whatever time frame you're looking to have this come back to the commission for reevaluation.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think it's we are updating the policy to reflect this change, and we will begin investigating whether that is working in 6 months. There's no like expiration date, right? It's not like, okay, on this date, this policy ends. We're updating the policy to reflect the change and beginning to see how it's working. I'm saying 6 months because I want to give it time to change and see how things are getting impacted before we begin looking at it. But yeah, I want to be careful about saying there's a major change in 6 months.
So some people have characterized this as a trial. Is this a trial or this is a policy change?
This is a policy change that with no permanent structural changes to the courts. So like any other policy, we could change it in 6 months or a year or whatever. I think I want to make sure that everybody understands that we're not going to make a policy change and leave it. We're going to continue to investigate whether it's working and whether additional changes need to be made.
So there would not be a policy change for at least 6 months and likely longer than that. So after 6 months, you'll evaluate you begin evaluating.
So I think the policy change could happen as soon as next month, depending on the process. And we would let that policy be in effect for around 6 months and then start evaluating how it's impacted the courts and the community.
Okay, so after 6 months, the ad hoc could consider changes, which could include reverting back to where we're at now, changing to limited nights, restriping the courts permanently as pickleball, anything.
I think all of those would be on the table at that point.
Or even coming up with other solutions.
Sure.
Or right.
That meet.
Or other.
Yeah.
So Can I ask a question? So for a policy change, I think you need CEQA, whereas a pilot maybe no need for that. Change of use, if it has impacts, needs to have CEQA associated with it. So I'm not sure that it won't be better to have a pilot for 6 months during, or more, during which you evaluate how effective it is and how well it serves the populations and people that are here, and then change the policy. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking for an answer on this.
Because we're actually, we wouldn't be changing the use of the courts. It's still technically a joint use policy. It's still both courts. We're not making any physical changes to how the courts are being used, only the time of the priority use. We wouldn't need to do that.
Mm-hmm. So, and it's not better to just try as a pilot so you have more flexibility to then look at what options are brought up in that time?
I think that the pilot still requires us to change the current policy
Right.
that's in place.
Yeah.
So we do need to change the policy in order to allow for additional priority time to pickleball, even if we think it's a short-term fix. Unless someone speak, I wouldn't know how to allow the change to take place without changing the policy.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners or staff?
Chair, could I ask, Adam, can you put the map of Mitchell Park up again, just so we're really clear about what's going on?
This one?
Yeah, that's exactly the one that I want, and just go through and show where the tennis courts are and where the pickleball courts are. Can you do that with your?
Yeah. I think it little bit of a glitch. These are tennis courts 1 and 2, 3 and 4.
Right.
And then across the creek bed there are the designated pickleball courts here that are new. And these 2 courts on the far right of the picture are currently the joint use courts that are both lined for pickleball and tennis.
Great. And what's changing are the joint use courts, the priority on those courts.
Yeah. So these 2 courts currently have joint use striping for both sports. Currently, priority is given to tennis, 2:30 to 10, 7 days a week, and pickleball 8 to 2:30. Excuse me. It's split down the mornings for pickleball, afternoons for tennis. And what we're saying is that the priority on these 2 courts would go to pickleball 8 to 10, 7 days a week, but they would not physically change. They would remain dual striped and available to tennis if pickleball weren't on them.
Thank you very much.
One more question. The temporary nets on the 7 joint use pickleball courts, would those be put away each night and set up each morning?
That would be the expectation, away when not being used.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Oh, go ahead.
Do we have a motion, Darren?
Yes, you've got the staff motion.
What page is it on?
Can we put that up on the display, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Might be a little hard to see, but the red lined out is the current policy, and we're asking to update that the multi-use courts be prioritized for pickleball 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Tennis can use space if vacant, but must surrender space for pickleball play.
If someone were to use this as a motion, could we change the word stripped to striped, please?
Does that mean that if somebody's playing, they can finish their game, or do they have to leave right away?
We ask that the community allow people to finish their play.
Okay.
Okay. I like to make a motion to
Thank you.
recommend the city council adopt the update to the court usage policy with changes to the priority hours on the joint use courts in Mitchell Park to provide pickleball priority 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. with reporting beginning back in, or sorry, what was it? The 6 months will begin to reevaluate the policy.
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a second. And is the policy available to display? Or, I'm sorry, the motion available to display?
It's in the staff report, it's the top.
Can you please repeat the 6-month timeframe
Yeah,
that you
sorry,
added
Darren,
that
I'm
in?
just checking your comments with to be reevaluated, for staff to reevaluate or report back or begin looking at it 6 months. I just want to make sure I have what the intention was.
Yeah. How would you like it phrased? So you can comply with.
Yeah, I would say we begin reevaluation.
With
in 6
staff to begin to reevaluate court usage in 6 months.
Could you say ongoing?
Oh, sorry. So then, yeah, just take out the staff recommends at the front. So the commission recommends. That's it.
Recommend.
My only suggestion would be to begin in 6 months, not necessarily to be finished or.
Correct, to begin in 6 months.
Is the motion as you're looking for it? No.
Yes, that looks good.
Do the maker and the second of the motion have anything they would like to say to their motion? Would you like to speak to it?
No additional comments.
No, just really encourage the community, both tennis and pickleball, to really work towards supporting a solution that's going to work for both parties. So.
So do we want to say anything about the creation of the racket court advisory group within the motion?
Been clear in the staff report, and I think that's more implementation level with staff.
Okay, so this will be included in the staff report information that goes to city council when considering this motion. And do we want to say reevaluation or evaluation? I don't know. It's fine. Any comments from any other commissioners before we take a vote? Questions? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemare,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribs.
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
and Commissioner Oche.
Yes, please.
Chair, that's a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's efforts on this item. Our next agenda item is the e-bike ordinance. I also want to
It's an idea.
thank Councilmember Du Bois for joining us from Japan this evening. We appreciate you taking the time to sit in with us.
Thank you, Chair Darren Anderson with Community Services Department. And we're presenting today with an action item on the open space parks, electric bicycle, electric conveyances policy. Since our last discussion on this topic on October 25th, the ad hoc and staff met with the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, or Payback, to get their feedback on the draft policy and on e-bikes and other electric conveyances. And at that committee meeting, Payback passed a motion stating that they do not support the draft e-bike guidelines. They recognize the e-bikes are becoming more popular and there's a need to create some guidelines. And they urge the PRC to wait until completion of the bicycle pedestrian transportation plan update before submitting any recommendation to council. That plan, that bike pedestrian transportation plan, is scheduled to begin in early 2023 and take between 18 and 24 months to complete. Also, Payback formed a subcommittee to work on e-bikes as well. Some of the comments from Payback at that meeting regarding the status of the current e-bike laws prompted staff to review again our existing regulation R137 and our current and pending California vehicle code legislation with our city attorney's office. The attorney's office explained that CSD staff had misinterpreted the status of our existing regulation, that R137. The regulation, which staff had thought still prohibited e-bikes on trails, became obsolete with the California Vehicle Code 21207 when that took effect. Additionally, that new legislation, AB 1909, which takes effect on January 1st, 2023, will remove the prohibition of Class 3 e-bikes on trails unless prohibited specifically by ordinance. So that means Class 1 and 2 e-bikes are currently allowed on open space and park trails, except for Foothills Park, where no bikes are allowed on trails. And on January 1st, 2023, Class 3 e-bikes will also be allowed on those same trails. In recommending an e-bike policy, the ad hoc committee seeks to balance the competing priorities of transportation corridors, community recreation, enjoyment of nature, habitat and wildlife protection, safety, and the enforceability of any regulation we put into place. Limiting e-bikes to the paved open space trails allows for local access to the Baylands. It prioritizes ecological preservation and is consistent with the policy of some of our neighboring agencies, particularly. Ad hoc supports a common policy for all e-bikes without differentiating between classes. And this is a change from our previous draft and is based in part off of conversation with transportation staff who had advocated for an e-bike policy that promotes safe speed behavior rather than one based on classification. They had noted that distinguishing between the different classes of e-bikes is difficult, if not impossible. A common policy for e-bikes provides simplicity for the pedestrians and cyclists to understand, encourages community compliance and support, and simplifies staff's ability to explain and enforce e-bike regulations. The ad hoc recognizes that e-bike and electric conveyance usage is evolving. Continued monitoring of impacts, learning from the experiences of our neighboring agencies, and feedback from city resources and community outreach will help inform future updates to the policy. Agencies and city resources will include Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, Payback, City School Transportation Committee, and eventually the Bicycle Pedestrian Transportation Plan update. However, the ad hoc and staff believe that given that recent clarification that I explained earlier about those Class 1 and 2 bikes currently being allowed on our trails and this new legislation that takes effect in January, more immediate actions needed. Let's look at the draft open space policy and how it's changed. What you see before you is what the ad hoc is proposing, which is all classes of e-bikes, 1, 2, and 3, that would be allowed on paved roads and trails and prohibited elsewhere, including unpaved roads and trails. And then all e-bikes would be allowed for city staff to use for maintenance and enforcement purposes. And other electric powered mobility devices would be allowed on paved roads and trails in the Baylands Preserve, Nature Preserve, and prohibited elsewhere in our other open space preserves, Kirsten Rastradero, Foothills Nature Preserve, and Esther Clark Park. For our urban parks, all e-bikes, class 1, 2, and 3, would be allowed on paved and unpaved trails and parks and prohibited elsewhere. And the other electric powered mobility devices would be allowed on paved and unpaved trails and parks and prohibited elsewhere. I just want to reiterate one piece. One of our previous draft, you would recall that class 3 e-bikes were not going to be allowed in urban parks. Part of the feedback we got from transportation staff was actually that's really important for parents taking their kids to school. And if we kept that in place, prohibiting it, it would cause problems in their opinion. So this is one of their recommendations that the ad hoc said, I think that's a good compromise. We don't want to interfere with that current activity that's taking place, and we anticipate growing. So this is the recommendation from the ad hoc. We recommend that the City Council adopt an update to Ordinance 2202-220, and that the city manager approve an update to the Parks and Open Space Regulations, R118 and R137. I've got another slide that just shows those two changes, and that's the Ordinance 220. And it's a minor change where electric bicycle or e-bike was added. And including coasting devices. And then this is the R118 regulation. It's rather lengthy, and this was in your packet, but it essentially encapsulates the same thing we just talked about, those draft policies for open space and for parks, and just shows where the different classifications can go. And this is the definition section of that same regulation. The next steps in the process would be, if you choose to make this recommendation and City Council were to adopt the change, the ordinance would become effective 31 days after the second reading. If it were an emergency ordinance, it would take effect immediately upon adoption. And then the update to the Parks and Open Space Regulations would become effective at the same time as the ordinance upon adoption by the city manager. We would love to keep communicating with Payback. They formed the subcommittee. I had hoped to meet with them, with staff and our ad hoc before this meeting, and I failed to set up the meeting in time. I understand Chair was able, some of our ad hoc was able to meet with Payback just today. And so the Chair, I think, will share a little bit of that conversation. And then, of course, we would love to meet with the City School Transportation Committee sometime very soon too. And just a closing thought on that is, this is an evolving policy because it's an evolving sport recreation activity. E-bikes will continue to adapt and grow and change. And it'll be incumbent upon us to track those changes and come back to the commission with updates, with feedback from all the groups I just mentioned. And Chair, that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you, Darren. I'd like to invite any members of the public with this via Zoom who would like to speak to raise their hand. And you'll get an opportunity to speak in a few minutes. First, I wanted to give the ad hoc an opportunity to talk a little bit about further about the policy change that we're recommending. And I'd like to start by just saying a little bit about how we got here. And our intention had been, after discussing this item last month at our October meeting, our intention had been to return to the commission with an action recommendation in December. This is an action recommendation today. We're coming back at an earlier date. It's been, frankly, a bit of a rush, but this is based on the feedback that we got from Payback, the Pedestrian and Bike Advisory Committee, regarding the applicability of our current regulations. So roughly 2 weeks ago or so, if someone had gone into the gone to a ranger at Arasteo Preserve or at Baylands and asked if e-bikes were permitted, they would say no, because there was a regulation in place that says that motorized vehicles are not permitted. We now understand that e-bikes, based on a California Vehicle Code change, are not considered motorized vehicles. The class 1 and 2 e-bikes are not considered motorized vehicles. Therefore, effectively, class 1 and 2 e-bikes are now permitted everywhere that bicycles are permitted. And beginning on January 1st, new legislation reclassifies class 3 e-bicycles or e-bikes to be also not motorized vehicles, basically making them similar to class 1 and 2. And that's the reason that we're coming forward more quickly. We do appreciate the need to work in conjunction with other efforts going on in the city that are directly pertinent. The pedestrian and bicycle transportation plan update is important to consider. However, it doesn't feel realistic to wait 18 to 24 months to come back with a recommendation. So we're looking to propose something that's simple and straightforward, easy to understand. As Darren highlighted, we don't have enforcement available for this, so we need to focus on encouraging compliance and community support, and frankly, building a culture of compliance with a policy that the community will accept. We were able to meet with transportation staff prior to putting the packets up. We were trying to reach with Payback. Excuse me, we're finally able to meet with Payback this afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity for Commissioner Freeman and I were able to join in on the meeting. Because we do want to be collaborative with Payback. We appreciate the expertise that they offer to our community, and take seriously the previous motion they made that they were not in support of what we had proposed at our October meeting. So look forward to hearing from some of the Payback members as part of public speaking this evening on this item. Melis or Shawnee, would you like to add anything?
No, I have nothing to add, other than, it's been an interesting trying to really look at a evolving recreational activity and trying to stay ahead of it. So I'd be interested to hear comments from the public as we try and make a decision on this.
Thank you. One more thing I would add is the recommendation that we're making is again focused on simplicity. It is a significant change that we're looking to permit class 1 and 2 and 3 e-bikes on paved trails in parks. That's a change, or that we're classifying class 3 along with class 1 and 2. And as far as what we're doing in the open spaces, what we're really doing is returning the policy for the time being to be what staff understood the policy to be a few weeks ago. And if we are to move forward with opening unpaved trails at open space areas to e-bikes, we have some work to do. I think there's viable considerations, and I think that all of the open space areas don't necessarily need to be considered the same, but we need improved signage. We need an opportunity for education. We need to give staff time to get things set up. It sort of reminds me on one level, similar to how Foothills Nature Preserve was opened up very quickly and was a significant burden for staff to deal with at the time, based on the timeline associated with the change. And I don't think this is on the same level of magnitude, but I think it is similar in terms of the impact that we'll have to staff that's already working below their optimum levels right now. With that, it looks like we have 6 hands raised. Jod, will we go in the order that I'm seeing on the attendee list? Or do you have this? Okay, we'll give each person 3 minutes to speak. And if you can limit your time further by referring to comments by previous speakers, please do. And after this, we'll cut off accepting new speakers after the second speaker. So Paul, 3 minutes, Paul Goldstein, followed by Ronnie Fisher.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Paul Goldstein. I'm a member of Payback. I have been on the ad hoc committee for Payback. I want to thank you on both Chairman and Member Nellis for meeting with us this afternoon. As staff has pointed out, there's been some discussion about the need for speed in getting this ordinance passed. However, there has been a misunderstanding. The only change that is now going into effect in the law affects Class 3 e-bikes, which are now grouped with Class 1 and 2 e-bikes. By default, they would be allowed on any trails where the bikes are currently allowed. As has been mentioned, right now in the Baylands, contrary to your understandings, by law and by ordinance, bicycles are allowed and e-bikes are allowed, but Class 3s are not allowed. As of January 1st, Class 3 e-bikes would be legal. But this is a pretty minor change and is not deserving of a rushed process. My main disagreement with the proposed policy is the prohibition of e-bikes in the Baylands. Bikes and e-bikes are currently allowed. I suggest we continue to allow these bikes in the Baylands and monitor the use to see if there are any problems. By the way, I have no problem with rules that regulate dangerous or bad or impolite behavior, which I think is the main issue that we have. We are currently beginning the process to update the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. I suggest we delay any bicycle prohibitions until we complete this update, that we monitor the usage and that we use that information to form a policy in due course. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ronnie Fisher, followed by Susan Desjardins.
Good evening, Chair Greenfield and Commissioners. My name is Ronnie Fisher, and I am the Environmental Advocacy Assistant for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Our organization urges you to uphold the ad hoc committee's recommendations to prohibit all electronic bicycles on unpaved trails in Palo Alto's nature preserves. E-bikes and other assisted mobility devices increase environmental harm in ways that may not be perceived by humans. According to Lynn Trulia from San Jose State, birds, especially small birds such as snowy plovers, will fly on average 145 feet from their nests after sensing a perceived threat. This is a waste of their energy and body heat, and also subjects them to predation. She has data that faster moving objects such as e-bikes are more threatening to birds than slower threats such as pedestrians. We encourage you to read a recent story by Ed Young, Y-O-N-G, in The Atlantic titled How Animals Perceive the World. It provides numerous examples of how, quote, every creature lives in its own sensory bubble, unquote, and how we humans are discovering on an ongoing basis just how impactful our sensory comfort bubble is on other species. As people encroach into animals' habitat, we bring in a noisy, smelly, shaky, perilous environment that may cause their displacement, disconnect movement patterns, and increase habitat segmentation. And we often do not even know when we lose them. They are extinguished and we go on. E-bikes erect a wall of sound along trails in the preserves, which create obstacles to animal connectivity, reproduction, and safety. We live in times where biodiversity is threatened as it has not been in 65 million years. Please prohibit electronic bicycles on all unpaved trails and provide opportunities for ecologically sensitive public enjoyment and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Desjardins, followed by Penny Olson.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Greenfield and Commissioners. My name is Susan Desjardins, and I'm the chair of Sierra Club's Bay Alive campaign. The San Francisco Bay is critical habitat for fish, birds, and other wildlife, but urban and industrial growth have put pressure on the bay's environmental health. Climate change, including sea level rise and groundwater rise, is posing a threat to ecosystems all around the bay. These ecosystems need to remain a vibrant place for wildlife and a buffer against climate change. I'm here tonight to request that the commission limit the e-bike use to only paved trails in open space areas, thereby prohibiting e-bikes on unpaved trails. This policy provides simplicity for bike riders and pedestrians and is consistent with neighboring agencies. Adjacent to unpaved trails in the Palo Alto Baylands are significant documented populations of the endangered ridgeways rail. This area is also habitat appropriate for the salt marsh harvest mouse and the salt marsh wandering shrew. In addition, areas adjacent to the Bay Trail provide high tide refuge for many other species of birds and animals. It is critical not to degrade these habitats with high speed and or noisy vehicles on trails. It's unfortunate to find out that no funding is available for enforcement, so it's doubly important that adequate signage for e-bike restrictions and speed limitations be provided, both on this in the Baylands and on the city's website. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Penny Olson, followed by Arthur Lieberman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Penny Olson. I'm Payback Chair and a member of the ad hoc committee. Previously mentioned, I'm speaking as an individual as Payback shared their comments with staff at a recent meeting. I want to first of all thank staff for revising the draft policy to allow bikes and e-bikes on all park trails. These in-town off-road trails are important and long-established elements of Palo Alto's citywide bicycle pedestrian transportation network, providing safe off-road routes to PAUSD schools, playing fields, libraries, community centers, and other city facilities for less experienced and confident bicyclists of all ages and abilities. I strongly support this revision of the draft policy. Thank you for considering the needs of our youngest and most vulnerable commuters in your recommendation. Regarding e-bikes in open spaces, from a bicycling perspective, all Palo Alto open spaces are not equal. Terrain is an important factor to consider. I understand a desire to prohibit e-bikes from hilly areas of open space where heavier bikes may pick up speed and may overtake and interact with wildlife or people on foot or on horseback at those higher speeds. However, I ask you to please consider the mostly flat Bay Trails open space differently. Palo Alto Bay Trails connect to trails in neighboring communities that do allow e-bikes. Many of the unpaved Bay Trails are wide enough to carry trucks and could easily be considered roads. Because of these factors, I think it would be very difficult to enforce a prohibition of e-bikes on the Bay Trails. And I want to encourage you to instead define and enforce rules for behavior, which are already written into the proposed ordinance related to speed and behavior around equestrians and pedestrians and wildlife. As a longtime veteran of Safe Routes to School, I understand how powerfully education, encouragement, and enforcement can affect behavior change. Before excluding people who may want to ride e-bikes on the flat Bay Trails, I hope you'll consider instead implementing rules for behavior and experiment with using education, encouragement, and enforcement to teach people what's expected. This works. We've seen it work on school routes. I worry that prohibiting e-bikes at this early stage will eliminate the opportunity to experiment with these other known effective tactics, and we may never regain that opportunity which the state of California has given us. I view the imminent December City Council action item as premature. Sufficient outreach hasn't been done. I don't know what the majority of Palo Altans think about this issue. Given the outreach that's been done, I'm not sure PRC can either. And I also don't see the urgency that compels pressing forward so quickly on this, especially when it may eliminate other attractive options I've mentioned. Please consider waiting to make a decision regarding Bay Trails. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arthur Lieberman, followed by Eileen McLaughlin.
Thank you. My name is Arthur Lieberman. I'm also a member of Payback and also of this committee on Payback to examine e-bikes. Chair, I'd like to thank you for your work and all the other members of the ad hoc and the staff working on this very difficult issue, which has competing issues, competing demands. In my mind, there are two key features behind the staff recommendation. The first is the wish to treat all the open space preserves the same way, but the Baylands is different from the other Palo Alto open space preserves. The Baylands are flat and very different in terms of terrain. The character of the unpaved trails in the Baylands also is very different from the preserves in the hills. The Bayland trails are really wide gravel roadways. Let me point out to you that the Mid-Penn district itself treats its open space preserves differently when it comes to allowing dogs off leash and also when it comes to e-bikes. Mid-Penn allows e-bikes in the Ravenswood Preserve that borders the bay. E-bikes are not only allowed on the paved part of the bay trail there, but also on a half-mile unpaved section. The unpaved section is essentially identical to the Adobe Creek Trail or the unpaved section of the San Francisco Creek Trail in the Baylands. It's flat. It's also constructed of compacted gravel. The second feature of the staff recommendation is that its desire to be consistent with the Mid-Penn Open Space District's policies. But prohibiting access of e-bikes in the Baylands is not consistent with the Mid-Penn policy, as e-bikes are allowed on the unpaved trail in Ravenswood Preserve. At the Mid-Penn directors meeting in June, the motion to continue e-bike access in Ravenswood was made by Palo Alto Open Space Director Kishimoto and was seconded by Palo Alto Open Space Director Karen Holman. And there was no mention in the discussion of any environmental or ecological damage caused by e-bike riders. At that meeting, when the directors voted on whether to expand e-bike access, Director Kishimoto said that there was not much difference in the results of the pilot program between e-bikes and regular bikes. The big decision, she said, was to allow bikes on trails. And as you know, bicycles have been allowed on unpaved trails in the Baylands for years. So please reconsider the draft open space e-bike policy. The Baylands is like Ravenswood. Prohibiting e-bike access on unpaved trails in the Baylands would mean that Palo Alto's regulations would not be consistent with those in the Mid-Penn Open Space District. Please modify your recommendation to allow e-bikes in the Baylands unpaved trails, or else create a pilot program that would allow e-bikes there for an evaluation period where the issues can be examined and the behavior of bicyclists and e-bikes can be evaluated carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen McLaughlin, followed by Mike Ferrara.
Good evening, Chair Greenfield and members of the commission. I am Eileen McLaughlin, representing the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. We support the recommendations of the ad hoc committee regarding e-bikes and thank the committee and staff for all the effort that has gone on. It is important, too, that you act now. I do wish to mention several important factors. Early last year, I attended a Palo Alto webinar called Balancing Public Access and Habitat Enhancement at the Baylands, prepared by staff working on the proposed horizontal levee. Speakers highlighted local scientific studies of the reactions of wildlife to human activity on trails. As you have already heard from our previous speaker, there's a direct relationship between human presence, their actions, with avoidance behavior by wildlife in the vicinity. These lessons apply to considerations regarding e-bikes and other electric transportation modes that we're talking about here. There is a need to take all due precautions for both people and wildlife sharing these spaces. So limiting to paved roads and trails is part of that. The ad hoc recommendation included a statement, though, encouraging disabled persons to come forward with any concerns. I am not such a person, but I have accompanied a person in a wheelchair on trails. Possibly some of you had the same experience. You may then know how uncomfortable it can be when a rude bicyclist flies by. There needs to be a much greater emphasis on the safe speeds, requirements than on any specified speed as currently stated as 5 miles per hour. I'd eliminate that. I don't know the history of Palo Alto's trails, but some trails certainly were paved in order to provide ADA access. Just keeping bikes on paved trails may not be in the best interest of individuals covered by ADA regulations, nor others who are simply, slowly, casually enjoying the open space. I leave you with a question. Do you think the recommendations are adequate for those situations? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mike Ferreira, followed by our last speaker, Dashiell Leeds.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I am on the executive committee of the Sierra Club, and I also happen to be in attendance at the MROSD meeting that was referenced by an earlier speaker. And I have a bit of a different recollection of how the motions and seconds proceeded. And I think that it was wise that MROSD, with the exception of one trail, limited e-bikes to paved trails. I have to tell you that personally, I have not returned to the Bay Trail in years because I found it irritating, to say the least, to have to deal with the speeding bikes or being shouted at to get out of the way for the speeding bikes. Those are just bikes. I hate to think of how fast some of these electric bikes that I have seen would run on that trail. It's almost as though we need to be trying to envision different trails for different folks. That whenever we plan a trail, we have a pedestrian trail where, as one speaker referenced, wheelchairs might be able to progress, and another trail where people can speed along and enjoy their speeding rather than the environment. But I'm sure we can't get there for a lot of good reasons. Nonetheless, one of the things that MROSD did do was they did a lot of environmental studies before they did even what they did. And those environmental studies are what prompted them to have caution. There are species that are affected by sounds that you and I can't hear. And I don't think there's been any analysis of that impact for electric bikes on the trails that you're thinking about. I think it's much better to proceed as you previously decided and ask for environmental data, credible environmental data, before you go any further. That's a perfectly legitimate. There is no fiat from the state that says you can't examine environmental data, and I highly recommend that you do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds, and I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to support the comments of Mike, Eileen, Susan, Ronnie, and those who have previously commented in support of between ecological protection and recreational access and allow commuters to use the Bay Trail. We support the recommendations of the PRC Electric Conveyances Policy Ad Hoc Committee. please recommend that council adopt the ordinance and regulation on electric bicycles and electric coasting devices. Habitat monitoring is important. Palo Alto should maintain a science-based approach to trail policy management to ensure that ecosystems are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers who joined us this evening. We appreciate your input and taking the time to share it with us this evening. I didn't previously offer commissioners an opportunity to ask clarifying questions of staff. Nobody blurted out any, but are there any at this point in time? I might just, Jeff, go ahead.
Sure. Darren, have bicycles always been allowed in the Baylands?
Regular bicycles? Yes.
Darren, I have a question. Could you comment from a staff perspective? And I know that Lisa Mars is with us as well, but any comments regarding the urgency to act now? And particularly impacts to staff related to understanding now that e-bikes are permitted at 3 of our open space areas, and the need to consider how we act, given this is effectively a policy change for the city.
Yeah. So I've discussed with the Rangers quite a bit on some of the concerns they've got on how we enforce this. Not just e-bikes, but also those electric conveyances are growing quite rapidly. For example, there's a club of people who come out on one wheels. It's an electronic device, and they come out at lunch, and increasingly the Rangers are seeing them migrate off the trail and onto natural areas. And that's one of the concerns. Yeah, it's unfortunate, the staff misunderstanding of that regulation. We had been under the misconception that regulation was still in effect. And so we had been telling folks, no, I'm sorry, e-bikes aren't allowed in these areas. And so now all of a sudden they are allowed in both Arrestadero, Esther Clark Park, and Baylands. And so next time we see one, of course, we are not going to tell them they can't be there. They're welcome to be there at this point. And the fear is on the ranger staff that this is going to grow and become an entrenched habit, and perhaps even routes that are just regularly incorporated. The other thing is, I think some of the speakers rightly said, a lot of those trails in the Baylands are very road-like. They happen to go through habitat that is filled with endangered species, but they are road-like. They are also not the only unpaved trails. We've got other unpaved trails, for example, right across from the ranger station and the Environmental Volunteers Center that are only 4 feet wide, and they're made of oyster shell that are also unpaved. And so if we were to allow e-bikes on the unpaved trails, that would include those as well, which are far narrower, a little bit different than the more road-like levees that I think were referenced before. Does that answer your question, Chair?
Yes, thank you. Do any commissioners have any follow-ups for Darren on this or related topic?
Darren, on the fact that regular bikes are allowed on the Bayland roads, how do you foresee as from a visionary's perspective, trying to, what's the difference between an electric bike and a pedal bike? You're pedaling, and they're becoming harder and harder to kind of distinguish between the two. How is that going to be sort of an extra burden on the Rangers in that way?
It's going to be a challenge. We've talked a little about it. One of the things we want to jump on right away, which was a recommendation from the ad hoc, is to have good signage and education. So concurrent as this policy moves forward, if it does, that we would be working on the signage plan and the website updates to try to do a good job with education so people know. So the biggest part would be through voluntary compliance, through good education. As I mentioned before, people often had asked the Rangers, rather than assuming that they're allowed, they would get asked, am I allowed to bring my e-bike to the Baylands? And the Rangers would say, can't be here, it could be on the roads, but it cannot be on the trails. And that would be another thing, is if this policy were to go forward, the Rangers would still be able to articulate that to people to ask. when the rangers see gross violations of speed that are really obvious, because our rangers don't have radar, so they don't sit there with radar guns like some other police and some rangers do. But if they see a gross violation, they will talk to the person, stop them and speak with them. And then there would be a conversation. Oh, is that electric bike? Unfortunately, that's not allowed here, but it is allowed over in this other area. That's probably how it would go. But it will be a challenge.
Thank you. Would any members of the ad hoc like to speak before we go to the other commissioners? Johnny?
Science-based decisions are important. In the webinar or the seminar that Palo Alto hosted, that was referred to by one of the speakers, I think it was in January, and it's called Balancing Public Access and Habitat Enhancements in the Baylands. One of the first things that came up was that people don't understand their own impacts, and everybody thinks somebody else has impact, but they don't. And that was part of the talk by Lynn Trulio. There are other people who spoke about the endangered species. I think that was Phil Higgins, who works at Shoreline Park, talked about the endangered species and how difficult it is to keep people away from interfering with them, not even knowing what they're doing, or knowledgeably sometimes because they want a really nice, cute picture of an endangered bird. So other things that we are now finding out is that many of our impacts are not noticeable to us, but they're very noticeable to the animals. And we have a lot of endangered species in the Baylands, not so much in the hillsides. The places where we find the endangered species of the Bay Area are near the Bay. And it's probably because most of the communities along the Bay don't really have baylands like ours anymore. They had the salt ponds, and then they're trying to restore them, and slowly some of the animals are coming back. But we have something very special, and we need to keep that and not go to the lowest common denominator, which is some of our neighbors. So I think it's really, really important if we are going to look at any opening to faster movement, which has an impact, the movement that has sound associated with it, this screechy noise that we don't hear, but certain animals do. Those things need to be considered and studied, and the decision should be after we know the impact. We have to look a little bit about the precautionary principle that says don't do something that you don't know what the impact, and then say, oh, sorry, well, we didn't know it was going to eliminate this species. Too bad, it's too late. So that is, I think, and some of the speakers mentioned those things, those are important. And I think the urgency is definitely there, and that was something we discussed a lot in the ad hoc, is if the rules are changing and our rangers cannot catch up, and we're going to have another situation like what happened with the with Foothills Park, but this time involving quite a lot of the endangered species that we have, then that is of a great concern. So I would support the staff ad hoc recommendations. I was on it, and I think, we revisited so many things. Like at first, we didn't want type 3 bicycles in city parks. And then people said, oh, they explained why it's important. We're like, oh, okay, got it. But there are things that are our responsibility as Parks and Rec that are not the responsibility of other groups. We're responsible for the recreation, but also for nature. There's no one else watching for it. No one else watching for those endangered species, just us. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to strike the balance that allows the commuters to use the Bay Trail where it's paved, allows bicycles at this point that are not motorized and not electric continue to use some of the facilities. And maybe we should look at that too, especially at the Rastradero. So this is what I think. We need to take care of nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman?
Yeah, this was sort of a hard one. And I know we we went back and forth on a lot of different things, understanding the different classes and certain classes and allow other classes and looking at the trails and parks. At the end of the day, it all comes down to people being responsible. And this is where, the safety concerns come into play. And, there's, I guess the one challenge is trying to make it easy on our rangers and staff and enforcement. But we also know there's a big growth in these electric conveyance vehicles, and that's going to get bigger over time. So we're trying to, a couple of speakers have talked about the urgency of, why do we have to do anything now? Not doing anything probably makes it worse going forward. I think we have to look at this from the perspective that it's a recreational technology that's changing quicker than we can think about. And so having something in place that we know is evolving might be the best way to go. But the biggest thing is getting the right documentation in place, signage in place that's very understandable, and at the same time protecting the environment. And so with that, with the way the policy is laid out right now, I fully support that. And but I think it's something we have to keep looking at. That's going to be evolving over time.
Thank you. I want to just touch on some of the various comments that we heard from the speakers. One thing, when I consider what we're looking to recommend as a policy, and is this a policy change or what is effectively changing, we are, and considering this in terms of the spirit of what we understood to be the policy 2 weeks ago, and where we're moving forward and where we're going to get in further down the road with a more comprehensive pedestrian and bicycle transportation plan. For electric bikes in parks, we are officially stating that we want these to be permitted in parks on both paved and unpaved trails. While it's true that they are technically permitted now, the city hasn't, they've been approved by default. And so I think it's important to make a statement clarifying what it is that we're trying to do rather than just going into things through the back door. So we are saying that we do want to permit not just class 1 and 2 e-bikes, but class 3 e-bikes as well. We want to treat all e-bikes the same in looking to keep the policy simple to understand, but also the pragmatic aspects of it. For open space areas, we are explicitly stating that e-bikes are permitted on paved trails and that it would not be permitted on unpaved trails. So in terms of the letter of the law, the effective change is that we're saying that e-bikes would not be permitted on unpaved trails. The reason for this and the urgency why the ad hoc chose to bring this to the commission this month is based on considerations that we thought were important, but also echoed by and confirmed by staff in terms of the impacts to staff and the impacts to the community at the open space preserves if e-bike usage becomes more prevalent, which we fully expect it will. We believe that education and signage is very important. Something that we ought to comment on further as well is that the need for improved parking for e-bikes or for any bicycles at the open space areas is something that ought to be prioritized. And I know there's some discretionary funds. We'll be talking more about CIPs in the next item, but I believe there's probably funding that we can find, but we ought to work with staff to identify specific locations where we should be looking to add parking, and it'd be great to get Payback's input on this as well. Just want to clarify that Bixby Park is part of the Baylands open space. So any guidelines that we set up for parks versus open space, in the same way that Foothills used to be called a park when it's an open space. As far as the Mid-Penn policy, it's true that e-bikes are allowed at Ravenswood and at limited portions of Rancho San Antonio, and while Ravenswood has similarities with Baylands, it's essentially an outlier within the Mid-Penn policy. E-bikes are not permitted on paved roads at most Mid-Penn sites, and saying that and so I do believe that by not permitting e-bikes on the unpaved paths at Baylands, we are consistent with the policy of Mid-Penn. I mean, overall, we're looking to provide balance. We're looking to balance transportation needs of the community, recreation needs, and preservation. And I think this policy recommendation does strike a good balance. We've made sure that we have prioritized transportation throughput through the Baylands on the Bay Trail and through our parks, which are used as safe routes to school and other destinations. And in the open space preserves, I think rightfully so, in the same way that Mid-Penn voted to do so. We're looking to recommend to prioritize environmental and ecological protection over the recreational needs of the desires of the community. So at this point, I'll stop and look to other commissioners who'd like to ask questions or have comments. Commissioner Oche, do you have comments or questions?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Darren talked about on awareness and signage. I'm wondering, what's the plan in terms of creating awareness and signage? And then I'm not sure if you mentioned anything about the speed. I know one of the speakers, I think it was Otto Lieberman, he talked about speed or safety. I can't remember who talked about safety, if it was Eileen or Otto, but I'm wondering if signage or awareness will also help, as Commissioner Nellis mentioned, that this is a subject that will be evolving. And then how often do we have to review to make sure that we're able to address balance and be able to respond to the community's needs?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Oche. Regarding the signage, we don't have a plan developed yet. Most of our trailheads is where we have our signage. So you catch people as they first come in to the preserve, as they enter or at a trail. And so that's where we'd look to add right away signage reflecting whatever policy ends up going forward, clarifying which bikes are allowed. Same with the website. We've got trail etiquette signs in some areas, and I think we just need more of them. That was one of the bits of feedback from the ad hoc, is it's too limited. We need to improve on that to make it clear, which helps cut down on conflict between equestrians, bicyclists, hikers. And that will be one way. The speed is also part of that as well. And though we have that in a few places, I think we need to do more with it. And I think we'll work with the ranger staff to come up with a thoughtful layout on where we can get this set up and help communicate these messages better.
Thank you, Darren.
Anne?
Sorry. Thank you for the information about the signage, Darren. I was wondering about that. Is there a lot of conflict right now, or is it the anticipation of conflict to come that you're concerned about?
I think it's both. I wouldn't say there's a lot right now. I think there is some. And the Rangers have talked, they met with the ad hoc, they shared their perspectives, they noted where they've seen an increase in things. The other catch is the Rangers at Palo Alto are multifaceted, meaning they're doing all tasks, not just enforcement. That's
Yeah.
just one of many. So they're also not spending the vast majority of their day watching for those things either. They've noticed it, but they're also doing maintenance, law enforcement, interpretation, resource management, and the list goes on and on. So I think there are issues now. They do get complaints on both sides. E-bike users saying, why can't e-bikes in open space? So they're hearing messages from both, advocates from both sides of that argument.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Thank you to the ad hoc and staff for the work on this. I don't think this is unlike the general principle of the sidewalk vendor policy that we had worked on, where there's blanket state legislation and we need to figure out how that fits into the policy for our specific parks and open space areas, because Palo Alto is very unique and that we have such a wide variety of spaces. And I remember on that project that we were looking at each site specifically and where we could make accommodations to allow for the state requirements. And so I don't think that's any different than this case. And I appreciate the outreach done to the Palo Alto, the payback group, as well as the environmental groups. I think that's often a voice that is not brought to the table as much as they should be. And so I appreciate the outreach that the ad hoc did in that respect. I'm disappointed that there was not more in terms of connectivity and sort of the transportation planning efforts. MTC is our regional planning agency, and they have a Bay Trail gap closure plan to connect 500 miles of trail in the Bay Area, and this trail is part of that. And I didn't see any mention of that or any reference of that. You can enlighten me if you guys discussed that or looked at that. But and I think looking at that and being involved in their public engagement process that they have set up would be essential in moving forward and any modifications or changes. I think the Baylands is something that probably needs to be reevaluated. I would be in favor of the recommendation right now, because I think once you open something, it's harder to turn it off. So keeping it more restrictive right now, but also being mindful of what are other agencies on that trail doing, not just Mid-Penn, not just other open space areas, because we do have a wide variety of trails available as well. So really keeping in mind the transportation aspect of it moving forward. And they also have a big equity component, which I think we're also missing in this conversation. So I would just like to see that moving forward, but I am supportive of the direction this is going and understand the need to sort of tighten things up so that what enforcement we are able to do through the rangers and through education can be done from the beginning. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, I would just echo the comments that Commissioner Brown made and realize that we do need a policy with the action that's being taken at the state level. But I would like at some point to be able to revisit the policy in the Baylands. And it's probably, I understand it's hard to carve out the different classes of e-bikes and to recognize them. But, I do think that if we're allowing regular bicycles at the Baylands to allow a class 1 pedal assist is something that is reasonable and provides access to certainly older riders that want to experience what other bicycle riders experience at the Baylands. But we'll support this policy as is. And thank you to the ad hoc for the work and appreciate Darren and the Rangers being involved in this.
Darren, would your staff like to comment on anything that you've heard?
Maybe just on the Bay Trail aspect, I think that's a good note to see, not just in our immediate area, but around the Bay. What else do we have going? It was a concern of the ad hoc. We did make sure that we've got connectivity on the part of the Bay Trail that's most frequently used, which is that paved section. And I can pull it up if it's helpful, but from Friendship Bridge all the way to Shoreline Park. So we were thinking that was a good area of transportation connectivity. But I certainly appreciate the commissioner's notes that this is evolving. We need to keep looking at it. And one note I'll make is when I looked back at the Mid-Penn analysis, they had commissioned a report entitled E-Bikes and Open Space, the Current State of Research and Management Recommendations. It was prepared by the San Francisco Estuary Institute for Mid-Penn, December 2021. And in the executive summary, they've got 5 kind of main takeaways. And it was either impact to wildlife or noise, more research coming, and all of the bullet points, almost all of them noted there's a dearth of information on this. More research is needed. And so I think that's one of the things that the ad hoc and staff to a degree are thinking about in this is there is a dearth of information on this. We need more research. We don't know all the impacts on wildlife and all these other things because it's still evolving and growing. And I think that'll be coming soon. And to your point, what are the impacts of the Baylands? Should we be reevaluating that? Absolutely, we should be reevaluating that based on the research that's coming, following the broader Bay Area, not just our immediate neighbors, and leaders in the endeavor like Mid-Penn, who have done so much research towards this and will continue to do so, as I understand it. So I hope staff, the ad hoc, and the commission can track what's happening and make adjustments. And as they noted, have an adaptive management technique towards this. It's what we need.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, especially that at the end about the adaptive management approach. And I don't think there's anyone who thinks, or while we're putting together a policy recommendation for right now, we would expect to revisit this before the pedestrian and bicycle master plan review is completed 18 to 24 months from now. We need to be evaluating the usage and impacts of e-bikes in the parks and on the paved trails in the Baylands and on the unpaved trails in the Baylands if we were to prohibit them and at our neighbors, and continue to monitor the growth and usage of e-bikes, which is exploding. We know it's going to increase, and it's going to increase in ways that we can't exactly predict today. So we will need to be adaptive, and I would say continue to keep an e-bike ad hoc in the coming years with specific task focus as we continue. We don't pretend that we're done here.
I do have one additional question for Darren. Is it going back to the Baylands and the fact that the regular bikes are allowed on the Baylands? Is there a way, I guess, going forward in the next 3, 4, 5 months to monitor the amount of traffic, whether or not there's been an increase in bicycles using the Baylands? And I don't know if the rangers or others, would they be able to kind of eyeball and know sort of how many of those were e-bikes or other electric conveyances, which might be the hovercraft, skateboards, and whatever it might be. But if we can get some sort of stats on that, that might be a good start.
Yeah, I think we might be able to try. It's challenging.
Yeah,
There are 14 entrances. It's so hard. Thank you for that. Sorry. There are 14 entrances to the Baylands, which makes it really difficult to choose a spot and say, I've adequately monitored it without a really big endeavor, which would not be feasible with our resources. We could probably do spot checks and try to extrapolate information from smaller bits of analysis. I don't know how much of value that would be, but it will certainly be a directive to the rangers to be making anecdotal observations, notes to the best they can. And if they think we could do an intercept where they either ask people questions or try to monitor, we certainly will.
So I'm hearing general consensus for what we've proposed, and I think it'd be helpful to start working on developing or looking at the motion that's created and see how we might want to enhance this. So we have Parks and Rec. So I think the motion will be the Parks and Recreation Commission recommends that. So, sorry, if you can go back to the previous slide. Yeah, yes, sure. And I think I'd like to add some additional language, really pulling from the staff report that, you know, and I'd like the commission to hear this out and comment further, but we also recommend improving e-bike policy communication and education to support this policy recommendation. You can pull this out of the staff report if you want, or you can. This is just before the paragraph just before the recommendation in the staff report is a good starting point. And I'll just read it for everyone's benefit. The ad hoc recommends improving e-bike policy communication and education to support the policy recommendation. This should include improved and increased signage, speed limit, trail rules and etiquette, and website enhancements. These improvements are important now and are critical before considering e-bike usage on unpaved trails and open space preserves. I would also add something about improving bicycle parking infrastructure. Or Darren, do we need to include infrastructure? Is there any other infrastructure improvement that we should be including? And do you think this belongs in the motion?
You know, it's already a staff understood task that we want to address and work on. So I don't know that it needs to be, but it certainly could. And as far as other infrastructure related to the bike parking or something kindred to that, I would consult with my colleagues in transportation for the best advice on that, and payback too.
Okay, and we do want to include some language, I believe, that regarding monitoring usage and impact of e-bicycles, and something with respect to a highly adaptive management approach.
I agree that monitoring is really important. You can't do adaptive management if you don't have monitoring.
Yeah, agreed.
And not only in terms of the use, but also looking at, you know, like unauthorized trails and all of that.
I'll just say that I think that 1 and 2 are sufficient, and that I personally don't think number 3 is necessary, as it's more staff implementation and continued work of the ad hoc rather than something that belongs in the motion personally.
What about including something on, I'm fine with that. What about including something regarding monitoring of usage and impacts and emphasizing the adaptive management approach, or something that indicates that we'll be continuing to monitor and reconsider this policy?
I think the continuance of the ad hoc implies that that would occur, but I'm open to other commissioners' opinions.
So Darren and other commissioners, would it be sufficient to include that in the staff report as opposed to including it in the motion?
I think so. I'd be glad to include that in the staff report to council.
Do we need to, I guess, further define coasting devices? And also, or do we also want to say it's all classes of electric bicycles?
That in the amendment to the regulation that we made, it has all those details broken down. Definition of coasting devices and the other details. But I can open that if you'd like to look at it. Okay.
And does anyone have any comments regarding the proposed language for changing the ordinance or the regulations? I'm part of the ad hoc, so I'm comfortable with it, but. Okay, then regarding point number 3, Commissioner Brown's recommendation is to not include that, and I'm fine with that. Does anybody feel strongly that we should include that or include any components of that or monitoring?
I think we need the monitoring, but I don't know that we need it in this motion.
And I think if we include this, if we include that in the staff report, if city council feels like they need to add additional language, they can. Okay. Then I'd like to move that the Parks and Recreation Commission recommend points 1 and 2 as displayed on the screen. City Council adopt an update to Ordinance 2204-220 to include electric bicycles and electric coasting devices. And 2, that city manager adopt the updated parks and open space regulation R118 and R137 to regulate electric bicycles and electric coasting devices.
1 second, assuming that those numbers are correct.
Yes, they are. Thank you. So we have a second. I do not have anything further to say to the motion. Shani as the seconder, do you have anything further?
I think we've had plenty of discussion last
Any
time
further?
and this time, and I'm pretty confident that we're doing the right thing here.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions from any commissioners before we go to vote? We have a roll call vote, please.
Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemare,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes,
and Commissioner Oche.
Yes, please.
Chair, that's a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. I want to thank all the members of the public who spoke on this and staff, the ad hoc and the commissions. This has been a lengthy and a difficult project and worthwhile, and it's a good first step, and we will continue working on this. Next item on our agenda is reviewing CIPs for the upcoming budget cycle.
Thank you, Chair. Lam Do, the Superintendent with Community Services, will be making this presentation. And thank you, Lam, for preparing this and delivering the presentation.
Can you give me 1 moment to set up, please? Thank you.
Maybe we can do about a 2-minute stretch break or longer if needed. Okay, we are getting back to it here. Everyone's back. Darren and Lom, please go ahead when you're ready. Your mic's not on. Sorry, Lom. Thank you.
We'll try a third time here. Good evening, Chair Greenfield and members of the commission. Thank you for this opportunity this evening to present to you. I am Lam Do with the Community Services Department, Division of Open Space, Parks and Golf. This evening, I'm presenting a preliminary list of capital improvement projects under consideration by the department, and this presentation is to supplement the staff report. For this presentation, staff is seeking the commission's feedback on projects presented, prioritization of these projects, and an assessment for any missing projects not listed, which should be considered. For first-time commissioners and for members of the community, I'd like to start with going over some key criteria to establish a capital improvement project and provide an example. CIPs in general need to extend the life of an existing asset or provide a new functional use to the asset. Ideally, we would like to have a useful life at least 5 years. And there's also a minimum threshold for the budget or the cost to be $50,000 or more. When projects that are in need but are under $50,000, those typically do not fall under the CIP category. Instead, they're addressed in the operating budget instead. And then collectively, CIPs, when they are proposed, they're proposed as a rolling 5-year plan and presented to the City Council for adoption. The next 5-year plan that we'll be working on, is for fiscal years 2024 through fiscal year 2028. It's important to keep in mind that when City Council adopts a 5-year capital improvement plan, they are authorizing funding only for the first year of the 5-year cycle, with years 2 through 5 being used for planning purposes. When projects are considered, they go through a prioritization process based on the following criteria. We look at City Council priorities. We look at feasibility and funding availability, health and safety implications. We also have to consider code and legal changes or requirements. And there's the operational needs that we look at as well. And then previously in our master plans, we have also identified needs that we want to address. And then we also take into consideration priorities of the commission and recommendations from the commission as well. Next, I'll go over an example of a CIP project. And this is taken from the city's fiscal year 2023 adopted capital improvement plan. In this example, we are looking at Bulwer Park improvements. And also we're looking at an expansion of the park itself as well. Each capital improvement project, when proposed, includes a description of the project. And then there's also key identifications. There is which department will manage the project. There's also an initial project start time and an initial plan completion. And then depending on what the project is, sometimes it gets pushed out or delayed, a revision to when the project plans to start or when the project plans to be completed. In this case, Bulwer Park started out as an expansion of the initial park as its current footprint. However, the city acquired some land adjacent to Bulwer Park. So the acquisition of that land changed the plan of when and how we were going to improve the existing Bulwer Park. So as a result, the project got pushed out. But now this project is looking at the totality of the current, improving the current park's amenities, but also adding on the expansion property as a whole. So next we want to look at more of the capital improvement projects page. And along with the description of the any type of capital improvement project, there's also a funding sources schedule. And this example, it identifies various types of funds to be used, amounts, and which fiscal year. So in this, for Bulwer Park, you can see that there are 3 funding sources. There is the capital improvement fund, which is supported by the general fund. There are transfers from a park dedication fund, and there's also funding transfers that are coming from a development impact fee. The funding sources will list out prior year funding that is not in the 5-year plan. It'll list out the current year's funding amounts, any funding potentially in future years in the 5-year plan, a total for the 5-year plan, and then also if a project has had previous funding that was beyond the 5-year window, what the grand total collectively of the 5-year plan plus any prior year's funding. So this example includes multiple facets, being that it's multi funding sources. It has a 5-year plan funding plan, but also there were previous funds. And as a result, it's a grand total of the project as a whole collectively. Along with the funding sources schedule, we also have an expenditure schedule identifying an estimate of what year the city plans on implementing the project and or expending some of the fundings. And it's similarly set up prior years, current 5-year window, 5-year total, and grand total for the project. Additionally, when we propose a capital improvement project, we also want to identify what the operating impact will be after the completion of the project. In this case, because it's a park expansion, there's more acreage to maintain, and then also we're adding more features and amenities. So this is where staff identifies operating impacts for any respective CIP upon completion, what the staff anticipates additional ongoing costs to operate the project upon completion. So moving on. Now I'd like to take a look at the CIPs that the department is considering for the next fiscal year 24. And then also take a look at ongoing CIPs, and then afterwards take a look at CIPs for years 2 through 5, which are the CIPs that are being planned for planning purposes. This list is not exhaustive. This list of what's in the department. There are other CIPs in the department that are in the arts programs, so they're not under Parks and Recreation. There are also some CIPs that impact facilities that are in the department, but the facilities are really under Public Works, and so some of those are not here as well. So but these primarily are projects that would be under consideration under Parks and Recreation. We have the project that we just talked about as a sample. We have the Bulwer Park improvements. We have in next fiscal year planning dog park installation. We also are looking at replacing the artificial turf field at El Camino Park. We want to begin the design process of Johnson Park renovation. And then we have 3 park restrooms being installed, planned for next fiscal year. One at Cubberley, one at Rinconada Park, and another location that's to be determined. We also have improvements to Pierce Park and Ramos Park as well. We want to begin the design process of a family changing room / locker room at Rinconada Pool. 2 more parks to be improved as well, Robles and Weary Park. And then within the open space areas, we have repairs to the Baylands Boardwalk. We also have repair / replacement of the Baranda Lake Dock. And then we have within Foothills Nature Preserve improvements for pedestrian safety, for protection of sensitive areas, and various miscellaneous other improvements there as well. Additionally, for next fiscal year, the department is proposing 6 ongoing CIPs, which we ask for funding annually. And we'll take a look at those ongoing CIPs next here. So there are a handful CIPs for types of category use, not necessarily specifically a facility or a park itself. So for example, here we have at each year, we ask for funding for athletic court resurfacing. And this is where we either identify an aging tennis court, basketball court that needs to be repaved, or sometimes we collectively pool money from multiple years to do a larger project. So larger projects can be such, examples are all the tennis courts at Mitchell, which we wouldn't be able to cover in 1 year's funding. We would have to pool multiple years together to do that. Most recently, an athletic court resurfacing project that we completed was the resurfacing of the Covey tennis courts. We also ask for money each year for benches, signage, fencing, walkways, and perimeter landscaping. So this would be an example of within a park, if we have a pathway that has either buckled or uprooted. And so this is where, being that it's not specific to what a park or location, but when those occur, this is where we pull the money from. We also have for unanticipated and unexpected emergency park repairs. It could be anything from vandalism to just unanticipated early premature wear and tear of a park amenity. So this is where we draw money from as well. And then in open space, we have areas where we have an annual trails and amenities maintenance needs. We also have a veranda lake that we maintain annually. And then also we ask for funding for off-road pathways in the open space areas as well. Next, excuse me, I apologize, I skipped the page. Next, we'll take a look at fiscal year 25, and keep in mind fiscal year 25 through 28 are for planning purposes. And I'll highlight a few of these projects as opposed to going over each of them. The rest of them are covered in the staff reports attachment A. We have a large project, which is Johnson Park, the renovation of Johnson Park. The previous fiscal year 24, we will propose the design, and then we're proposing the construction to be in fiscal year 25. We also, in the prior year, fiscal year 24, we're proposing the design of the Rick and Otter Pool family changing room, and then we're following that subsequently in fiscal year 25, we're proposing construction of that locker room. And we also have another project that I'd like to highlight is we plan on initiating the design for the replacement of 3 restrooms located within Foothills Nature Preserve. And then looking at fiscal year 26, we have a Ballpark Pathway, which is the kind of one of the larger projects there. We also have Rick and Otter Phase 2 construction. So Rick and Otter Park is having an overhaul. Phase 1 was completed about a year ago, I believe, and that covered one side of the park. Phase 2 will be the other side of the park, and this is pathways, play amenities, a restroom remodel. This is the restroom that's within the park, not necessarily in the pool. So that's another large project for fiscal year 26. Will depend on the scope that's being revised in the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan. And so once that is finalized, that'll dictate what is going to be implemented in Bixby Park. And then we'll move on now to fiscal year 27. For fiscal year 27, the 2 large projects we have is improvements within Bowl Park itself to some pathways and some lighting and fencing. And then we also have Hoover Park is another a park improvement project that we're looking at with amongst other projects as well. Next, we'll look at fiscal year 28, which is the 5th year of the 5-year plan. And in this plan, we have something that we're looking at replacing the Cavalier turf field replacement. That's going to be a major project. We don't have a cost for that yet. We'll still have to price that one out, but we do expect that to be a large cost item. And then within Foothills Nature Preserve, we're also looking at construction of grade control structures for Buckeye Creek, and that'll be another large item in that fiscal year. So with that, we've looked at the 5-year plan. So recognizing that we have projects that needs that we've identified, but we haven't really slated them within the 5-year plan, but we do know that these are needs. And so we sort of have a running list of projects that we want to include somewhere in the 5-year plan. However, they're not yet formalized right now to be proposed. Some of the reason for behind this is because some of them need further vetting and or they need a more detailed scope to be developed, and others need more exploration of the cost and or the funding source. So these include within the area of parks, we know that we want to be looking at replacing the starting blocks. We sort of repaired them in the meantime and improve them, but we do know eventually we want to replace the starting blocks. And then there is also a desire to extend the length and the timing of the touch pads at the Rignado pool. This project is probably something that is going to need much more refinement. We tried to see if an existing improvement to the pool, the replastering the pool, could incorporate slightly extending the length of the pool to add the touch pads. But recently we've been informed that it's not possible to have that done, and that really the pool needs to be a complete overhaul if we wanted to take a look at this. So this is a project that we know has been spoken of. We want to somehow include it. We just don't have a full plan on how to go about doing this at this time. The commission has previously spoken about the skate park and its fundraising efforts. We know that we want to develop the 10.5 acres that is in the Baylands, and how that will be, whether it'll be passive use or whether it will be active use. We still need to determine that. There is some need also in the Baylands of regrading the outfield, which is over time has sunk. And then we also the commission here previously discussed a gymnasium and a wellness center as well. Within open space, there are several areas where we want to do improvements, long-term improvements for Buckeye Creek. The ITT site, we want to also do improvements there. And then we recently broached and discussed proposing a Foothills Comprehensive Conservation Plan, which would cover not just the nature reserve, but also the Pearson Rasterdale Preserve as well. And then we also want to improve the 7.7 acres that are in the preserve, and also replace the interpretive center exhibits. So this is not necessarily a list that is for sure. This is a list that we want to explore and see where these go further. Next, I'd like to talk about the CIP process timeline and how projects start from being a discussion to being a proposal to being an adoption. So around November of each year, staff starts to begin planning for the upcoming budget season. So this is when staff starts to consider capital projects to propose. And this is when we work with this year we're working with the ad hoc of the commission, excuse me, to discuss this. And then next month in December, starting in January, we will formally submit the department's 5-year proposal plan. And we submit that to the Office of Management and Budget. The Office of Management Budget then reviews all departments' requests in February and March. And once they've had a chance to take a look at all the departments' requests, they make recommendations to the city manager. From there, the city manager reviews the projects, and part of the city manager's role in presenting proposed budgets, both CIP and operating budgets, is that in April, the city manager will present a plan to the council. From there, the council will ask the Planning and Transportation Commission to review capital plans to ensure they're in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And then typically in prior years, we've had the Finance Committee review the CIP plan and recommend to the City Council. And then finally, CIPs get adopted in June. And that's when we will find out which CIPs that we propose or not are going to be funded in the upcoming fiscal year. So, with that, concludes the presentation. And I'd like to just open this up for a Q&A session and an open discussion.
Thank you, Lam, for putting together the presentation and for putting together all of the data behind the presentation. I was part of the ad hoc group that met with staff on this, and it was so the ad hoc has already had a crack at looking at this. I think it'd be helpful for staff to clarify, what is it you're looking for from the Parks Commission this evening. I do want to thank you for getting this to us in November when it's early enough for us to make recommendations before things are further set in stone. So it's great that we're here in November. We need to make sure we get this on the agenda every November. So thank you for setting things that way.
Yes, I thank you for encouraging us to reach out to the commission earlier than we have in prior years. It's a process that is sort of, although it starts in November and it ends in June, really, we find that it's a really compacted timeline because going between December and February is really the timeline that we have to work on it. After that, it sort of is out of our hands and it sort of gets weighed by other, up against other departments and budgets review and the city manager's review. So for us, we only have a small window. So thank you for encouraging us to take a crack at this and bring in the commission earlier than we have in prior years. So what I'm seeking and asking of the commission is to, based on the preliminary list that we presented, is to, if you would consider them, see if what we have prioritized for fiscal year 24 versus the other fiscal years is something that we should proceed with. And then also to, if you have any projects that you think the city should consider, the department should consider that we don't have on our list of the 5-year plan, or we don't have on the identified, but not yet on the plan. If you have any projects that you want to provide us as well for us to consider. So it's an open discussion, having to do with prioritization, having to do any omission, and having to do with whether or not these are sort of in line with what the commission would want us to focus on.
Thank you. So just to kind of reiterate, prioritization means what year, the sequencing, what year does a particular CIP fit in the 5-year plan?
Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Okay. And so it's obviously easier to look at something and comment on it than look at a list and figure out what's missing. But just an example of some things that the ad hoc came up with was adding the Foothills Comprehensive Conservation Plan, which is on the list of items that isn't in a specific year yet, but it needs to get clarified. Also, adding the Coverly turf replacement, which is about 4 or 5 years out. So they're just examples of out of the box things to kind of jog your brain a little bit, to something to think about.
Yes. Perhaps I can bring up the fiscal year 24 list if that helps the commission to take a look at.
And would anyone from the ad hoc or otherwise like to start? Johnny, your mic is on.
Yeah, thank you. The Parks Master Plan included pollinator corridors, included ways to connect parks either along streets or even talking to homeowners to plant if they have a creek in the backyard and so on. not necessarily easy to do, but when you go to the Google campus, you'll see butterflies everywhere. You'll see monarchs, which is an endangered species. You'll see a lot of other butterflies and little solitary bees. They're not dangerous. They don't bite or sting anyone. And they've been very successful with that. And now that this committee, this group also has some interaction with the urban forest, starting to look at what to plant everywhere. I know Palo Alto already plants native plants in the parks, but I would like to see attention to this. It was a very innovative thing in the Parks Master Plan, and it just didn't have any follow-up. And so I don't know if you can use that in a CIP.
Shani, could you please repeat what master plan item that was? I didn't catch
It was a map of butterfly corridors, essentially, that connects the parks with basically an ecology layer of sorts or a biodiversity overlay. It really looked at how do you connect and create ways for birds and butterflies to get through the landscape, the urban landscape. And what we see now is that if we don't start looking at the urban landscape, we're more likely to lose biodiversity, already are at unprecedented way, and that the urban landscapes are important for that purpose. And I know Palo Alto plants native trees, but we could look at a lot more than that. And I think that needs some attention. What do you choose to plant matters. I wanted to just say one other thing, and I don't know if it belongs here or not, but some of the mitigations that we've been discussing for a while now that haven't been done may need to come in here into budgeting, because some of them could cost a lot of money, and I don't know which budget they come out of. Whether it's the wetlands that may need work over in the golf course, or the tree, some of the missing, in my opinion, tree mitigation. So that's another one. And I am really worried about extra lighting in parks in general. There was one that people wanted, was just installed recently at Ramos Park, and it doesn't increase use. It did cause a tree to be trimmed severely so that people can see the bulb of the light instead of the tree. And I think I'm the only one who uses that park, and I don't use it any differently than before the light was installed at night after hours. So I really think we need to consider the impacts of lighting. I shared with all of you this webinar that was, the recordings will come soon, and I hope you watch at least one or two of them, because they're really eye-opening. Most of the participants did not know the things that were presented, and were quite at awe at the impacts of lighting. So I think it's something we need to consider. Not an improvement, really. I mean, I know that to me, a lot of the improvements are not improvements, but this one is especially egregious. So I'm looking for something to look at the urban landscapes and create that biodiversity connectivity.
Yes.
And there is even a map of this in the Parks Master Plan.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kleinhaus. What we can do are several approaches, one of which I think is perhaps we talk to our parks architect in Public Works, who we work closely with in designing some of our park improvement projects to implement these aspects that you're bringing up. And then we could also address some of them separately, not necessarily through a CIP. Like you say, the pollinator corridors, we can continue to address them through our operating budget, where it's not necessarily a large project, but it's collectively at different locations where we implement these pollinator gardens, corridors.
Mom, can I tie into that one just really
Sure.
quickly? That's one where we actually have made some headway. We partnered with Juanita Salisbury, who made a presentation to the PRC a while back. We've added 8 pollinator gardens. She's partnered with churches and other people along the corridor and Embarcadero Road and made some good headway. They're not huge. Mom is right and you're right. They're not enormous, but they are taking passive turf or really ineffectual habitat areas that are either dirt or non-native shrubs and converting them to really diverse, well-functioning habitat areas that support pollinators. And as I mentioned, we've got 8 now. That doesn't include the ones on private land. So that's adding to it. So I think we're making good headway. We support that endeavor through operating funds, usually not a lot. She's gotten grant money and then we contribute some cash as well as labor. But I think we are making headway there. I do echo that idea, though, of making sure we've got all our monetary funding for, mitigation funding. So when we know we've got to do plantings and we're talking about in the $50,000 range, it's got to be a CIP. We won't have enough operating budget to meet that kind of level. So I think Lum and I will look at that one again together and see if we've got a place to put that in.
And the mitigation in the golf course, that's going to be a lot more than 50,000. So I'm not sure how you're going to address that.
Thank you. And these questions kind of do raise these suggestions do raise the question of what meets the bar of priority for getting on the CIP list. Our master plan is an aspirational document. It's perhaps an unfunded mandate. And there's a lot of things we want to do and we don't have the funding for it. CIPs are a potential way to get funding, but things have to fit into priority, not just our priority, but ultimately the priority of city council. So how should we consider that when making suggestions to you?
Yeah, it's complex. It's not something easily summarized in terms of what project becomes the CIP versus what will get funded privately, like perhaps the wellness center or skate parks are good examples of that, one of which is in the Parks Master Plan. There are other big looming ones. For example, Buckeye Creek. Why is that not in the CIP plan? It was a directive from a former city manager who had said, this one's too massive. We can't afford that at this time. Let's look at it again in the future. And so it's stayed on that list right now. It sort of begs for outside funding resources like grants, because they're available for that kind of thing, but not alone. You would need city matching funds in probably a considerable amount too. So I don't have a succinct, easy answer to that. It's one of those things that goes through a lot of different filters and considerations.
And I guess when the ad hoc met with you, we threw out some ideas wondering, do these fit under CIPs or not? And so the process is suggesting ideas to staff and they can help guide us with the direction of their thumb. Andy?
No additional comments, really. I think that what's been proposed is a lot of things that have come up from meetings and conversations that we've heard. Nice to see the park restrooms. I think that's something that we've heard a little bit about. And then it's not on this slide, Lon, but just you had TBD potentially for Magical Bridge for that one in 2024. And then I don't know if you or Darren wanted to speak about the Foothills Park cost bathroom and just why that one was, because that was originally sort of slated earlier and then pushed because the cost was going to be much higher than we expected.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got those 3 aging restrooms up at Foothills that may be original to the park. So they're really old. Some of them have gone through minor revisions or I guess have upgrades, but by and large, the structure itself is really outdated and need to be replaced. And not only the structure itself, but the infrastructure supporting it. So the men also need work. That's part of why those prices are so very high. And we were discussing concerns that when we put forward a project that's so very expensive for a restroom, it begs the question when you hear someone say, I could build a house for that. Why are you spending so much? And I really empathetic to those concerns, and we want to be judicial and prudent and effective with city funds for how we invest it and use it to fix your assets. What I can say is those large prices were recently vetted by the facilities team in Public Works, and they said, yeah, those are accurate. They're really steep, and that's what it's going to cost to rehab those. We are looking to see if there might be elements that could be cost savings. Is there a prefab that would look really good, fit into the natural area, look sort of like an NPS type of restroom that would fit well with the Foothills aesthetic that would bring that price down? So we're still working on it. And I should say that for the great deal of what you see in there in terms of costs, scope, where they are in a given year, they're so dynamic and they change so much. So we start with what you see now, and in 3 months, sometimes I get one back and I think, what happened to what we originally proposed? But what we'll promise to do is take the feedback you give us today and keep it in the back of our minds as we argue and fight and jostle and horse trade for where different projects end up on the final list.
Just one more question, I guess, on process. Is there not the current environment, but if we were in sort of a low bidding environment, is there a process to take advantage of that and move things up in the CIP through the city to try and get some of these larger, more expensive projects that it cost this much in this year, but now we saw the price go down. Can we jump on it? Or are we sort of stuck to that 1 year approval process?
No, that's a great question. And we're really not stuck to anything. So I know people new to the capital plan will see something in the 5th year and say, gosh, why does it have to wait so long? It doesn't. Sometimes that will move up to the front year based on a number of things, which could be really favorable bidding, could be one. Grant funding is often one that will move something up if it's available, or a change in the status of the infrastructure itself. So what we thought could last 5 years turns out wore out faster than we anticipated and needs to bump up. Sometimes it's something not even on the list that jumps straight to the top that needs to be in there, again, based on the criteria I just mentioned.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Oche?
I wanted to confirm what the ongoing CIP, the last option, I'm not too sure what it covers. Yeah, back the page before now.
The page before?
Previous one, yes.
This here, yes. This last line, there are 6 CIPs that consist of this. And those 6 CIPs are not specific to any location. Those 6 CIPs consist of athletic courts resurfacing that could be in any park, based on the age of either the tennis court or the basketball court. Same thing, pretty much all of our parks has benches, they have signage, and they have walkways. So depending on which feature amenity wears out at which park, that's another one of our ongoing CIPs that we ask funding for. So once again, non-specific to a location. Emergency repairs are the same situation. It's as they come up, we have a need for them. Probably of the 6 here, the only one that has a location specific is probably the open space lake and pond maintenance. This is primarily Baranda Lake that we annually removed aquatic plant life. And so that's just an annual need. You know, there's been some discussion whether or not this really should be an operating cost or whether this should be a capital improvement cost. That's still to be debated, but for now it is in a CIP. And then the other 2 are mostly just trails and pathways that we have to repair annually as they wear out within the open space areas.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask, so besides giving feedback today, do we have like more time to give feedback, or this would be the final time we'll give feedback?
Feedback can be received either tonight, or it can also be received through the ad hoc to staff. So no, we're not limited to just this evening. We will be proposing these projects within about a month from now. So I'd say in the next month would be when it would be a good time to get us more feedback. It's also not the final say, but it's more difficult to make. Sometimes things dictate that we have to make the change, but the preference is that we not make major changes after the proposal.
Actually, if it's okay with staff, I think that feedback should not go to the ad hoc for Brown Act reasons. Feedback for members of the commission that aren't part of the ad hoc should go directly to staff. And you can, I don't know if you want to go directly to Lom or to Darren, how you want to.
That's absolutely fine as well.
Thank you, Lon.
So can you clarify if feedback should go directly to you, Lom, or to Darren?
Yeah, let's have any commissioner feedback come directly to staff, and copying Lom and myself would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ann?
Just a couple of questions. When we have the emergency for the soccer fields that need to be attended to, does that skew the priorities then?
Yeah, maybe I can handle this one, Mama, if you don't mind. I think it's such a good question, and it draws on a couple topics we've touched on already, namely those reoccurring CIPs and the flexibility sometimes to use funds that maybe are earmarked for one thing and an emergency arises. So you saw the park emergency CIP was 125,000.
Which isn't enough.
It wasn't enough, right?
Yeah.
And there wasn't a CIP in place already. So what do we do in that situation? We have consultations with our Office of Management and Budget and say, this is the dilemma we're in. What do you recommend? Here's some flexibility we found in some other CIPs that are ongoing where we've looked at what's forecasted. We anticipate we'll have a savings of approximately X. And are we okay to move that budget over to help in this emergency? And we've worked out an arrangement where we could do just that. And the infill at Mayfield is the prime example of that.
Great. Well, thank you for that.
Sure.
Lum, could you go back to the slide before this that has the 3 restrooms on it?
Yes.
And the one that says TBD, has that one, the location been identified, or might that be? I know Commissioner Brown mentioned something about that, the magical bridge.
That's right. Yes.
Is that the one?
Yes.
This is a good thing.
Yeah, we wanted that to be in on the 24. So one thing we haven't touched on that's so important is the funding is one important element, but the staff to implement it is the other huge criteria. So even if you had all the funding you wanted, unless you've got the staff to implement it, walk it through the process, and eventually lead the construction, it's very difficult to make happen at all. And so we meet with our colleagues in Public Works Engineering and truth this and say, what do you think? And we've done that twice. And each time they say, well, gosh, can we push something out? So we've got the Copperly restroom, the Rinconada one, Bullware, and Ramos all coming very soon. How can we do another one on top? And so their first reaction was, can we push the Magical Bridge one out? But I've heard from the community, and I know the commission has too, how critical that one is, because it's adjacent to our most popular playground in the city by a very large margin. In addition to that, you've got the pickleball use, which has grown remarkably. And so to not have adequate restrooms there is a really big deal. And so we're in a back and forth dialogue with Public Works Engineering to say, what else can you push? Because that one's really important. So we're still having those conversations. This is not set in stone. One option is another group within Public Works Engineering to see if they can manage that for us, because our typical group, which is the folks you've met before, Peter Jensen, Mega Bonsall, et cetera, that group is taxed. They're full up on projects. And so we need a little extra help from some others. So that's what we're working on to try to make these ones happen in a timely manner.
Well, you sort of answered the question, that the next question I had, which is really probably more of a comment. I was looking back in, I guess, the budget from the past couple of years, where you say this was, one says, not you, this was due to be started in 2018, and then it was pushed back to 2019. And then you can see the COVID effect. So the question was really from me is, okay, if you had all the money in the world, you don't have the staff to do it. So then what do you do? And you started to answer that. So thank you.
Just one more point. During this last dialogue with Public Works Engineering was, can't we just hire someone to manage that project for us? And to some degree, the answer is yes. If you pay extra, you can have a project manager that can help, but you never fully get away from having staff involved. It's just not possible. An outside consultant who runs it still needs to learn the city process and have some city staff aid. But I think that will be something we have to explore if we want to stay on top of all the things we want to do, assuming the money was available.
Thank you. So Lam, this is really great to have this. When we were having the fundraising ad hoc, it was important for us to understand where the decision process was making in the next 6 months.
Yes.
And especially when, for instance, Peter is at a community meeting and the community, you have so much money to go into one park and the community says, wow, it would be really neat to have this. And how could we contribute to that? So this is all really great for us to have this early. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment and feedback.
Millis?
Thank you very much too. This is something I didn't expect to see this early, but it gives me a pretty good picture of what projects we have. One question, I guess, just sort of tags into what Ann was saying as well. There's a priority, and which I assume can change over time, right? And based on that priority, it depends on what staff you have to complete that particular project and looking at the timeline for that. How often does that, you define, let's say for you, you've got projects going from 23 to 24 to 25, and 23 is kind of what you're looking at now, I suppose. And some of those have already been, the priority for those have already been defined probably in sometime this year. And those things can change, or do they? Is there some changes that take place as a result of something becomes more important than the other?
Yes, definitely. Changes take place as priorities shift. Sometimes we've found an innovative way to add life to an asset. For example, we had the sailing station at the Baylands, which is old, and there's not a lot of life left on it. It's hard to exactly say with something like that. But we were able to put $30,000 from the park emergency funds towards that when the two docks, there's an upper and lower one, separated. And we thought, oh my gosh, we're going to have to, you're talking about $1 million plus project at least to replace that. But with $30,000 and some ingenuity, we got a contractor out to come fix it. Staff did some of it, and we probably added another decade to the lifespan of that. So what was once needing to be in the 1 to 2, 3 year time frame is now not even on the plan right now. So yes, it can be very dynamic. Priorities change and shift.
Yeah. And just to take that probably another step, when you were putting together the budget, let's say for 23 and 24 and 25 and going on, you did not anticipate something like a pickleball becoming kind of a big thing that's going forward. Does that get factored into your budget, let's say for 24, if you're looking at, all of a sudden we decide there's a need to build additional pickleball courts and there's a price associated with that. How would that fall under ongoing CIPs, or would that be considered to be a completely new project depending on the cost of those, I guess?
I think the latter, for the most part, it's going to be a standalone. Those ongoing CIPs probably wouldn't have the amount of money we're talking about. And some of those ones, the pickleball is a good example, it's the location that's even more challenging. It's to finding a sizable spot. One pickleball court by itself is not as valuable to the group, according to the feedback I heard, than having a complex.
Right.
And so, I think that one is
But if someone donated a whole,
yeah,
some land where you could build it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So rather than saying earmark in 25, let's say $1 million for a pickleball court, I think it's the other way around, where we do some planning, we find a spot, probably have to do a little bit of community outreach to see if there's support for it, if there's support for lights, can we accommodate them in that kind of area? And then a CIP is created in that.
Thanks.
Vice Chair Lemire.
Lom, thank you for presenting this to us in a very timely manner. I have no further questions. Everything was very well covered by the previous commissioners. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Lom and Darren again for putting this together. I have a couple of just very quick question or one question and one suggestion. Is there an annual increase typically added to the ongoing CIPs, and is that needed particularly this year?
There have been increases to those ongoing CIPs. It is not and went back to the Office of Management Budget and expressed how we were exhausting the budgets. And so they gave us a one-time bump that was ongoing. But at present, there is not another acceleration percentage annually. So after receiving that one-time bump, granted it is ongoing, it continues each year going forward. That's how we're operating at present. That doesn't mean that
I'm just considering in the past year we've experienced unprecedented inflation from a previous number of years. So is this something that should be considered differently this year?
Right. So it doesn't mean that we don't have another opportunity window to open discussions with them. They are aware of bids for projects coming in much higher than anticipated. I mean, we can look at the example of Mayfield as one of them. They're not, they're aware that we are pushing the envelope of projects. We've not just for ongoing projects, but also some existing projects, we have gone back and asked for more funding as well. So that is something that's always on the table as an ask. Whether or not we receive it is to be determined.
And I recognize that the obvious very direct ripple effect of doing an annual increase on things does increase the overall budget and the
that's correct.
The impacts of that, and there's some sensitivities associated with that.
Yes.
Could you go to the page of the items that aren't included in a CIP year? I just wanted to suggest that there are people here that might want to change the order of gymnasium / wellness center.
Yes.
In the copy. And so
yes,
perhaps some commissioners would prefer for that to say wellness center / gymnasium. And that's all the direct feedback that I have.
Thank you.
Johnny, yeah.
I've been thinking about the answer of, oh, we're supporting, these small gardens here and there for the native plants. And I don't see why we have 175,000, let's say, for improving trails. And that improvement does not include planting native plants next to them. And maybe or just put $170,000 into planting native plants in some areas where, it can expand that network. I don't see that as less important than maintaining or building a trail. I really don't. I think it's part of our infrastructure. It's critically important. People love to see butterflies. They don't even, kids, we have people that participate in my job in programs that see butterflies and have never seen one before. And this can be a 7-year-old child, never seen a butterfly. We had one that we were doing this restoration work. They didn't ever see the roots of a plant before. The people are so disconnected. We have to look at that as part of the infrastructure. So to me, if you have to put a few more benches or actually plant some plants, I don't know that, that CIP should include benches and not, and the green infrastructure should not be part of our infrastructure picture. And I want to see that. And I don't know how that can happen. In Mountain View, they have a biodiversity overlay kind of on their programs now. They have a priority of biodiversity in the city, and every project goes through, how do we improve biodiversity in this project? And that's public works and parks and everything else. They have wildlife enhancement and preservation plans that they're installing. And we don't have those things. So when we look at the future of let's say, foothills, I don't know that I want a comprehensive conservation plan. I want to see a wildlife preservation plan. So that may be cheaper than a comprehensive plan for all the different issues. It just looks at the wildlife and how do you keep them in the picture so we don't lose them. And we don't have any, it's like before we talked about monitoring. We don't have any, so we don't know what's going on. All we know is whether we have enough parking or not. And then the improvement is related to how much parking we have, but not to the wildlife. And I don't know how you budget that in, but I think it needs to be budgeted. And it needs to be a project. We're going to take care of our wildlife. In Mountain View, again, it's a good example. They have a whole program to try and save the boring owls. We have a plan. It was never implemented, and it's not very good anymore because the boring owls are mostly gone. But we had a plan, it just didn't get implemented. So I'm looking for some wildlife benefits in the capital. Like if you need 50,000 minimum, then okay, make it 100,000 or 150,000 and look for a project that actually does something, not just removing weeds and fixing trails.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's a good point. I do want to point out, it's not that we don't plant native plants. In fact, we plant 10,000 every year that are grown in the own nursery in Baylands. That's been every year for the last 20 years almost. So it's not that no plants go in. You can always do more. These areas are so big and the need for more natives is always there. But we also have the Grassroots Ecology Nursery up at Foothills, and we get plants from them too, and those are planted both in Foothills and Arastradero. So it's not that we aren't doing any. We also build it into our CIPs for parks projects where we add, for example, Bullware. We added native planting, which was a recommendation from this commission that went in there. It's small in an urban park, but it's not that it's not happening at all. It is happening. Some of it's via partnerships, some of it via operating funds, and some of it via capital embedded in ongoing projects. But I think your point is well taken, though. Could we have a standalone one that just said we want 100K for habitat improvements and it's used wherever we need it? That's a fair point, an intriguing one.
Thank you. There's a finite number of mics that can be on at the same time. I think what Shani is suggesting would increase the profile of the effort. I'm not sure. I think what Shani is suggesting could increase the profile of the effort to be planting natives. I'm not sure how, if that makes it easier or more difficult to get funding for it, if it's called out specifically. But I think overall, you know, once something's on the list, it gets that it gains some inertia and gets funded, and so I think it is reasonable to ask the question how to get more established regular funding for some of the natural environment initiatives that we would like to see put in place. Does anyone else have any further comments? Sure.
So there are quite a few projects that have been done in recent years that need to be upgraded because of use, basically. So we saw that with the soccer fields. We saw the Magical Bridge. The boardwalk is new, and I see that there is a boardwalk improvement project, and that's what, 4 or 5 years, maybe, probably less. And then I'm thinking about Ramus that we have a project for, and Ramus was redone less than 10 years ago, I think, too. So how often and what is the impact of adding more improvements, because then you have to maintain them. And so how do you balance all of that? And why do we have so much, like, why do we have to do them again and again so frequently?
Do you mind if I take first stab at it? Maybe it's better to start with a particular case rather than so broadly because each site is so individualistic. The boardwalk is very new and far too new to necessarily come in and have to do a big repair project. Unfortunately, in that example, due to the regulatory agencies saying you should be using natural wood, not treated wood, and not other unnatural products to support the structure, shipworms and wood boring isopods have gotten into some of the pilings. And so tomorrow night, I'm going out to fix some that we've found at low tide. And this CIP that you see will probably be to prevent future damage to the other natural wood pilings. So that's one example where it certainly wasn't expected. It was sort of a design element that led us down this path. There are other times where, let's take a playground, for example. Depending on the type that you spec out, there are some that have a lifespan of 20 years. And then there's the use element that also can dwindle that down. But you can also spec out one that has wood bases, which we used to do long ago. Those rot out really fast and have a lifespan of more like 10. So that changes that typical cycle that we would normally do every 20 years, let's say. In some cases, it has to be done much sooner due to wear. The Magical Bridge is an interesting one, is because where a typical Palo Alto playground might have 1,000, 2,000 kids per month, we have 30,000. And so it was, as you pointed out, wear and having to come in earlier. Your other question, or point rather, was as you add more assets, doesn't it become a burden to the city to have to take it on? I think that's absolutely true, and something we have to consider when we go to add more. I know when we were so successful for the Magic Bridge, it begs the question, shouldn't all your playgrounds be this amazing? And I think I can understand the point. Shouldn't they all be that great? That was a $3 million project. Should all our playgrounds be so amazing? Yes, every community deserves a really exciting one, but can we bear the financial burden of replacing it so quickly? I think it needs to be considered at all our projects. And I certainly take into account when we look at them, Lom and I, and I think it's a good thing for the commission to be thinking about too, as we advocate for things. The replacement cost when it comes can be really steep. I don't know the last time that was done. I know it's primarily that project was driven because the playground had reached the end of its life. So it's possible that there was another project 10 years ago, as you know.
Less than the pavement around and the turf, it was all replaced relatively recently.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt it. And that's happened in other ones. We try to pool projects together so you don't come every 3 to 5 years or 10 years, whatever it is, that you'd have a bigger gap before the disruptive project. However, some assets don't age out at the same time. So the playground ages out 5 to 10 years later. We're going to need a project 5 to 10 years later, even though you recently had one for pathways and maybe some benches. So, and there are multiple factors that tie into that. Maybe there wasn't funding available to do a bigger project at the time. So it's multifaceted. We try to avoid that. And in some cases, it's not avoidable.
Darren, I appreciate your very eloquent and detailed response. I think this could continue as an offline discussion. I want to recognize it's going on 11 o'clock and we have a little bit of business left to continue. So I'd like to wrap up this item unless someone has something else important to add. Thank you. Appreciate the detail you've shared with us, and look forward to continue to working with you on budgeting this year and in following years. Okay. We're now at ad hoc committee and liaison updates. I want to point out real quickly that next month we have a fairly light agenda, and so I'm looking forward to encouraging detailed ad hoc and liaison updates from everyone next month. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share this month?
I just have a quick dog park update, is that working with staff and the dog owners group on exploring a possible location in North Palo Alto area along Palo Alto Avenue. So doing that, and then also I'll continue discussions with the Barron Park group. And on the, just one comment on the website, thanks to, I think it's Javad that we owe the timely updates and to our agenda website and everything. And it's noticed and appreciated every time we're on there. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I have a couple of them, and thanks to Javad too for the fundraising ad hoc now has a page about how to give money to the Park and Recreation Commission, and it looks great. We had a lot of help from the city, and we're really excited that it's done. There is also a page in the Enjoy catalog that tells you where to go if you want to give money to one of the foundations. So got that one done as well.
That's great. I'm certainly a Javad fan myself. Thank you for the work you've been doing, and I want to encourage you when you're adding new pages of interest to the commission, if you could send out a link and a note to the commission members, that'd be great.
Thank you for the feedback.
So following on that, and I don't think this was this from the ad hoc, but I wanted to mention that the golf course tour that a few of us went on to look at the trees and the lack of trees and the mitigation and the potential was incredibly interesting. And I hope we continue to look at that because it was really very, very helpful. We also had.
Yes, just to clarify that Shawnee and I joined you on that.
Pardon me?
Just want to clarify that Shawnee and I joined you on that
I
tour.
said several of us.
No, I was just.
I thought you raised your hand and said, yeah, I was on that.
So, yeah.
The recreational opportunities ad hoc had a really good session with Chase and with Adam about middle school athletics and learned a ton about our program, which we can all be incredibly proud of. And really serving a lot of middle school kids, which is so very important. And a good idea came out of that about adding an opportunity for fundraising for middle school athletics. And Darren has talked with the city attorney about what we can do and what we can't do. And so I think more work will be done on that, but I think that that's incredibly important. And then one more thing about recreational opportunities, we're looking forward to bringing a presentation to the commission in January now to talk about the Recreation Wellness Center and the status and where we are. So thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay, let's talk about future agenda real quick. Next month, we have the urban forestry annual update, and we have the AWCP. Darren?
AWPS, Advanced Water
AWPS.
Purification System.
Yes. And that's all that we have on the agenda at the moment. And then in January, we would have the Wellness Rec Center update. And most likely a golf update, which would include first tee within the golf update and an aquatics update.
One mayor for that one, Chair.
Sorry.
The Coverly restroom.
Right, and the Coverly restroom discussion may.
I think we should be ready for a swim update or swim report as well.
No, I referred to that as the aquatics update.
Oh, you did?
I did.
I heard you talk about the golf part. Can we?
We need to be moving towards adjournment soon. Yeah, Shani.
Can we have, I guess, a presentation or an update on, there's two parts to the mitigations for the golf course. One was trees and one was the wetlands. And I know the wetlands, there's still a lot of work being done on that, but for the trees, can we have a discussion of what was there, what happened with the golf course when it was constructed, what the mitigations were, and how much of the mitigations were implemented? So I know some were, but some I'm not so sure. And I would love to see this come to all of us to discuss.
So is that something that should start with the liaison staff review? Before
I would
Before going to
recommend that.
commission.
I know staff is behind on that one, and not prepared to bring a meaningful discussion to you. We've got more work to do there. Between loss of staff that originally worked on it, and yeah, we need more homework on that. But yeah, starting with the ad hoc or liaison would be helpful. And then we've been prioritizing our effort in that endeavor, LOM in particular, towards the wetland mitigation. When we gave the tour to the commissioners, we talked about we were behind on that. We had supposed to have been monitoring for quite some time, and because of COVID and funding and some other reasons, we hadn't. So the primary push is to get right with the water board, with monitoring, with managing those wetlands to reach a certain level of native cover. But as Commissioner Kleinhaus just mentioned, there were other elements too. In addition to having grassroots ecology cage many naturally occurring oaks up in the Rastadero Preserve as part of the mitigation for the tree loss of the golf course project. But there was also some other acreage that was supposed to be restored. And that's where we're gray and not sure exactly where that is, did it happen, what was promised, and where we need to do some work.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to suggest / request for a future agenda? Does anyone have any other questions, comments, or announcements?
I just wanted to apologize for my tardiness, but I'm going to blame it on the fact that I'm 7 months pregnant. So I am moving a little slower these days. So thank you for your patience.
Congratulations.
Thank you. That's an excellent note to call this meeting to adjournment. Thank you. We'll see everyone in 3 weeks.